after 5:30, we're going to try and get the meeting started. I know. I need to be quiet. Come on, everybody. Thank you all very much. So welcome everyone to this evening, Wednesday, January 26th, regular business meeting of the Buffalo Board of Education. We postponed last week's meeting for a variety of reasons, but I am happy to report that we had 8 additional speakers tonight, and part of the reason for the postponement was because of weather, traffic, and other reasons. So I want to make sure that we had a robust discussion, make sure that everyone can come and participate. There's a lot of important items on the agenda, so thank you all that attended this evening. It was greatly appreciated. So at this point, I ask everyone to please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this point, I just want to let everyone know, as well, that Dr. Cash is virtually testifying for the Budget Committee in Albany, and he will be here afterwards. So in his stead, he shows up Dr. Perez's. At this point, we come to the board recognition portion of our meeting. Will we have anyone to recognize this evening? What we scheduled to have our football player? So from the bedroom. Superintendent's update. Which brings us to the speaker portion. Forgive me, I need glasses. At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meetings. Please be reminded that all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting, open to the public, and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons who may throughout Western New York, including children. The board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and district mission. And the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate report. Again, thank you all for joining us tonight. The first speaker that we have tonight is Valerie Adjournment, Parent, Management of COVID Impact on Child. Dr. Nolan, the floor is yours.
Hello, testing. So hello everyone. My name is Valerie Adjournment, and I'm here because my aim is to find out a future. And I was hoping that the superintendent was here because I wanted to speak to him directly. He's a slippery slope, that guy. What exactly is the system contingency plan when the plan you have is now failing? And it's failing miserably. Your directive, Mr. Superintendent. If you're ill, stay home. And then what happens? And then what happens? This one? It is evident that this entire operation is failing our children, and failing miserably. The arbitrary decisions and ambiguous directives that are disseminated from this office are remiss at least, and purposefully remiss at best. Great stress is being felt by everyone. We're surviving a pandemic. It's a pandemic, people. Okay? Why isn't remote learning available for all students? Period. Why is it so difficult to access? And punitive on all fronts. Why have teachers been instructed not to disseminate or accept coursework from sick children who are staying home, unless their name is on a piece of paper? Your directive, if you are ill, stay home, means what exactly? And then what happens? Further, why is the process so hard to navigate? And why are the only way to handle matters in this organization community? Nothing that you are doing to facilitate service, our community, or any helpfulness. And the ideology that a child may be, for example, in Atlanta, completing remote learning for Buffalo Public Schools because maybe their parents needed to travel, holds no water with me. That's not your concern. Furthermore, I must digress. You were not in Buffalo all summer. I was told you worked for Martha's Vineyard. You got paid, didn't you? You got the work done, didn't you? So things work when we want them to, depending on who we want them to work for. You are demonstrating just how insecure and how in control you are. Your displays of tyranny, bullying, temper tantrums are a public embarrassment. It's disgusting and it's unprofessional. You work for us. Take a look at the people across from you. Those are your bosses. They represent our community. Shame on you. It's like you have no self-respect. No more outbursts. Shame on you. Apologize. Apologize and let's start again. There are too many people relying on you. Too many people relying on you. Too many people who are paying you for your service. A service for which we hired you. And to the board. This board has been elected to represent us. We need you to do so. The superintendent is accountable to the board. Let's be clear, it's not the other way around. We expect you to all work together to advance the welfare of our children. Authoritarianism, bullying should not be part of this equation. We need results, and we want results. Question?
Thank you for your comments. Rachel Walker, not-for-profit founder, providing programs for school-age children.
Hello, everyone. Tonight, I just want to present to you, but before I begin, I ask that you all have an open mind and understand that transparency is necessary to gauge what needs to happen when funding is involved. We must remember that COVID-19 has and will continue to affect not only our children, but also the future economic development, social, emotional growth, and educational needs of our community. We must begin to think about long-term effects and how we can proactively produce lines of communication, prevent more pipelines, and create a culture of support for one another as we battle the social pandemic together. Let's not forget what has been said according to the Buffalo News headlines in July 2021, as it states that there is transformational money to spend. ARP, which is the American Rescue Plan, and ESSER, Elementary School and Secondary School Emergency Relief for 2021 through 2024. However, the plan has not been finalized. Providers of programming like myself cannot afford to wait on funding, nor place our passions on hold any longer. We have volunteered, worked for low wages, and in some cases still produce results that prove our systems work. It's just the small things that make huge impacts in the future of our young citizens. Before COVID-19, parents were reluctant about programs and making excuses as to why they couldn't get their children to community centers. But after spending months at home, attempting a homeschool without proper knowledge, importance of in-school and after-school programs are in high demand. Realist Creators Youth Foundation, Social Development by Design, was established and formed as a 501c3 in 2018, with the premise of creating programs that are designed to fit the needs of the youth we serve according to demographics and lack of resources. We would like the opportunity to form a relationship with the Buffalo Public School Board to exchange resources. Willis Creators Youth Foundation has been working in collaboration with other community resources and programming, including but not limited to the Dorothy Collier Center, the Buffalo Erie County Library, DPCC, the Rocky Wayne Center, the Hope Center, Salvation Army, Yoga Be Black, and Food Shuttle of Western New York, by actively participating in meetings and implementing after-school programs with mentorship, tutoring, and community service. Opportunities based off of information gathered by myself, Rachel Walker. We are a not-for-profit. We are experienced in several areas in focus, including special needs and at-risk populations, and we are in need of funding to provide our programs to the children and youth in the Buffalo Public School System. Our main focus is collaboration and exchange of resources. What I mean by exchange of resources, Willis Creators Youth Foundation doesn't have a roster of children and youth because our programs are designed on an as-needed basis. We also need funding because our foundation is not for profit. Buffalo Public School System has both the needs we are seeking, and in return for your resources, we will commit to providing quality programming, dedicated community-driven providers, and evidence-based results. Science has proven that in order to thrive, people, I say people because children and youth are those people, need positive social interaction. We believe that for our future citizens of Buffalo, we will be a product of their school system. Buffalo Public Schools need to improve how we interact inside and outside our educational institutions and our community. Since Buffalo, New York is such a diverse metropolis and a city of commerce and industrial, yet densely populated area of New York State.
Ms. Walker, we almost, your time spent
Oh, she
over
did.
for some time.
Okay.
So I just,
All
try
right,
not to
I
cut
have-
people off, but you can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have 5 questions. Can I give it to you guys so that you can
Yeah,
answer
sure.
them?
Do you have anything to hand out to Ms. Walker? Or not?
Just,
Just, okay.
thank you for your time.
Have a great day. Appreciate it. Okay, Gary Swain, other. Exempt staff raises being considered by the school board. Mr. Swain, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, everybody. Gary Swain, International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 17. Tonight I'm here to talk about the proposed raises for the cabinet level and exempt employees that Dr. Cash referred to. I would like to draw your attention to a complete travesty, in my opinion, that's taken place right in front of everybody here in the city of Buffalo. The essential workers of the Buffalo Public Schools. These essential workers in the city schools are not being paid fair wages and benefits, and they have been without raises and pay and benefits for over 12 years. These essential workers I'm referring to are the school custodians and other school engineers. They go to work every day, pandemic or not. The essential workers keep your schools warm and safe, clean, and disinfected every day. These workers are your friends and neighbors. They often live in the very same communities as the schools that they work in. These essential workers, like I said, have been without a new contract for 12 years because the school engineers have been without a new contract with the school board for 12 years, which means, of course, no raises in pay, benefits, or anything like that in the past 2 years, or past 12 years, excuse me. In fact, this has gone on so long that minimum wage has caught up with these people. Last year, they had their first raise in 11 years because minimum wage has caught up. I've asked myself why. Why would those in charge let this continue? Why would those in charge ignore their plight. I've said before in the Buffalo News that maybe the school board budget has been padded by the $2 million worth of wages and benefits that should have gone into their checks over the past 12 years. And Dr. Cash has been quoted as saying the district is in its best financial condition ever, with our fund balance of $312 million. $312 million. So there's no reason at all not to pay these essential workers their back pay and benefits and settle the contract with the school engineers. No reason at all. Like I said, I represent the school custodians. They do not have a contract with the school board, but the school engineers do, and I have a contract with them. The BSEA has been without a contract for 12 years. And I'm calling on you to end this insanity. I don't know what the problem is, or whoever the problem is with. This needs to be brought to the attention of the taxpayers of the city of Buffalo. And I have sent many emails off to this regard. We don't have a contract, like I said, we don't have a contract with you, and I'm really tired of these issues, as I think are being swept under the rug. Most of all, I'm disappointed with the unwillingness to negotiate a new contract with the BSE. I know my time is up. I have a little bit more to say. I can leave you a copy of this if you would like. But at the end, I can say, I can only hope at this school board meeting, someone will be asking questions, the kind of questions that make Superintendent Cash struggle to answer. The time is now for truth. The time is now for raises for our workers and union members. The time is now for a real solution. Ask yourselves, are you the solution?
Yeah. Will Green, concerned citizen.
Can I take 2 seconds of your time? I had a member call me today, just today, and ask about how the COVID positive test cases are being reported to the workers here at the schools, because apparently there's emails going around between the teachers and maybe the administrators, letting them know that positive tests have been in certain schools, certain classrooms, yet the people cleaning these schools are not being notified.
Thank you, Mr. Swain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the additional time.
Will Green, concerned citizen, after school program. Good evening, Mr. Green.
Well, gotta admit, as an educator, as a community advocate, as a black man, I'm a bit disappointed. This is my third board meeting in the past 3 months, raising the issue of no in-person after-school programming in Buffalo Public. And what do I have to show for it? 77 days in which no child at any elementary or middle school has received academic, social, emotional, and nutritional supports in one of the poorest cities in the country, I might add, in which they have a right to. The agencies have the funding, they can provide the services. They haven't gotten it. That's 77 days for students who, during the heights of the COVID shutdown, only 33% showed up for virtual programming. That's almost a year and a half, almost 2 years. What did I advocate for? Initially, to be on a transportation task force to help problem solve. What did I get? Task force disbanded. A passing comment, I hear you found some bus drivers for us, but no seat. Then what did I ask for? What did I advocate for? An after-school task force made up of decision makers who could problem solve together to find a solution. What did I get? A demand to retrofit an already standing meeting to become the de facto task force that occurs too late in the month, has no decision makers from BPS, and, by the way, the person who suggested the meeting is off tomorrow when the meeting will be held and will not be in attendance. We asked for a start to in-person after-school programming at any capacity to serve what students we could. What did I get? Virtual after-school programming. Sound familiar? 33% of students didn't attend virtual programming in the last year and a half, but we offer up virtual after-school programming as a solution. And offer to provide after-school programming in person on Saturdays. On Saturdays. One of the initial reasons why we say no in person, we know in transportation, but well, we can't do it at any capacity because it's inequitable. We won't serve so few students when so many others cannot attend. So why tell us on Saturdays? That's why I'm disappointed. You play them. You have the talent, you have the intelligence, you have access to unprecedented resources. Unprecedented. API, Esther, that young lady was absolutely right. When will we ever see this amount of funding come through urban school districts? Yet, with all that, this is what we get. Something is wrong with your approach. Something is wrong with your system. After 77 days, what have the children got? Nothing. You owe students, you owe parents, you owe families, you owe this community. One more thing. Solutions to problems such as these are not found in passing. They require a dedicated commitment from those who are adept at solving problems. And right now, what that means is the folks who are concerned, the folks who have a vested interest, need to come together.
Thank you, Mr. Green, for your comments. Sean Baldwin, parent advocate regarding student equity and student dignity. Next, we have Sam Radford, Buffalo Equity Coalition, regarding how ESSER funds are being spent. Next, I have Emmanuel Radford, concerned citizen regarding coaching issues. Mr. Radford. Okay, next we have Bishop Michael Thatcher, concerned citizen putting children's needs ahead of adults. Bishop Thatcher, the floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Urban Think Tank in support of Ms. Cottman's two resolutions and to ask the district to put the interests of children ahead of the convenience of adults. With less than 80% attendance, I think it's time to reimburse parents who can drive their children to school. There's a provision within state law that allows it, and we have the resources to do so. The Urban Think Tank is also in support of a remote option that will give some students that do better remotely the opportunity to do so. Also, this would cut down on the absenteeism issue and the transportation challenge that the district faces. Would also ask that the board would make the district an educational system first that employs adults, instead of an employment system that educates children. At last month's board meeting, the discussion was about superintendent staff getting raises. This month, we have board member Terrence Hurd making a recommendation to give our bonuses of $2,000 and less for employees. I have yet to hear how the district will make up the learning loss of our children The accelerated model that the superintendent has recommended cannot happen without after-school programs and extended school time. I spoke to a 6th grade teacher who told me it was impossible to teach her class at an accelerated pace because her children's competency was at a 2nd grade level. Teaching is a challenging profession, and those that do it well should be compensated well. So that our children benefit, why not offer a $10,000 bonus to those who get 50% of their class learning at a grade level by the end of the school year? This way, the emphasis is on the education of the children first, as well as rewarding the work of good teachers. We have got to stop. Every time I've come to the meeting, there's been no discussion at all about the education of our children. Why are you folks here? Why? If it's not about educating our kids, why are you here? And thirdly, fire cash.
Thank you, Bishop Badger. Kamal Fields, parent, regarding better. May Bynum, grandparent and aunt, how is the money being spent?
My name is I've been a part of PMGA, different organizations throughout the city of Buffalo. And in addition of these groups, I'm also a taxpayer, grandmother, an auntie, a passionate advocate for our children and parents. I remember going to Albany, the Citizen Action Foundation, aid for the city that finally passed into the budget last year. As a taxpayer and advocate, I am concerned about where the funding, along with the CARE Act funding, after school funding, and other money that's been put in place for our schools, and how it's being used. A $2,000 bonus
Thank you, Ms. Minor. Wendy Mistretta, ADCC, regarding the parent engagement liaison.
Good evening. I'm here tonight in support of the district's mission. If everyone knows it, say it with me. Putting children and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all. Are we doing that? No. What does putting children and families first mean to me? And I'm repeating myself, but it means listening to families and trusting that we know what's best for our children, period. Of course, that means we need the contacts between our schools and our families, and we already call them liaisons. We're talking about more money for administrators and our teachers that is not in the draft budget, but what about the increase in the Pell budget that's still on page 38? Why aren't our Pels being given the opportunity to work up to 30 hours per week? Did you know that even if we had Pels working at that level in every school, it would still cost us less than the current proposed raises for a handful of administrators? We need more people on the ground. Our families are struggling. And what about ensuring high academic achievement for all? It's baffling to me that we're addressing the busing issue by staggering bus times through limiting access to instruction by rolling early release days, rather than by increasing instruction through after-school programming, as demanded by the ARPESTR funding mandates. But there's a much more pressing issue: access to class during the school day. As we have been saying for a year, families want and need a remote option. This was reinforced by our priority survey, which we will discuss in our next business meeting. As just one example, my daughter has been absent for 190 classes, the equivalent of about 30 days this year. However, she only had access to remote instruction one day because the streets weren't clear. Ironically, if she had COVID, there wouldn't be an issue, but she has other health concerns that are, quite frankly, no one's business. Although I don't think it should be necessary, I'm trying to navigate the medical exemption process, and it's not family friendly. Even businesses allow 3 to 5 day grace periods before requiring a doctor's note. How many students are falling behind because they are being denied access to their classes? How is this in line with the mission of the school district, which is, again, putting children and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all? It is your obligation provide access to public education for all students. How many lawsuits will it take before you stop telling our students no to their access to their education?
Thank you, Ms. Mistretta. Mary Mason, other, regarding operation and her. Ms. Mason, the floor is yours.
Good evening. First, let me begin by just thanking Mr. Hurd for introducing us to each other, so thank you, Mr. Hurd. Harmony, empowerment, and resilience. That is her. My name is Mary Mason. This is Annalise Easton, and this is Antoinette Craig. I'd like to present our program to you. Operation HER's process is to implement mentoring programming in the Buffalo Public School District during the day, afternoon, and on Saturday Saturday school programming. Operation HER will open pathways to opportunities that will lead to success and accomplishments in exchange for dedication, diligence, and partnerships between our parents, students, and educators. Operation HER would like to have a collective collaboration with the Buffalo School District. The objectives of Operation HER is to empower young ladies and provide life skills to change generational barriers.
promote physical wellness that is critical to development, academic achievement, psychological adjustment, happiness, and overall well-being of the young ladies that we provide services to. And there are many more objectives, those are just a few.
Next we have Emily Eason.
Operation HER's mission statement is to operate as a multifaceted mentoring and education program developed and led by African American women, which has been designed to create an intergenerational connection with youth in the city of Buffalo. We will strive to work harmony to become empowered in our community and maintain resilience in daily obstacles and challenges.
The purpose of Operation HER is to create pathways to career building, financial fitness, and positive behavioral skills. We will encourage healthy relationships between parents, guardians, and children. We also will offer services to kids from kindergarten to 12th grade.
As we first said, my name is Emily Easton. I am the director and co-founder of Families in the Rough. We are a young girls mentoring program we've been in existence since 2016. What is the purpose of the mentorship in our community? Our purpose as mentors and leaders in our community is to prepare and help our youth meet the needs of their future by helping them to develop core values, life skills, and positive work ethics. These core values correlate with the three-part framework that the Buffalo Public School System already provides within their existing district after-school program. Operation HER offers to enhance these skills by providing our young ladies with information and techniques which will allow them to explore diverse career and educational goals, expose them to ethnic cultures different from their own. Operation HER is about embracing all young ladies, white, black, indigenous, African American, Hispanic, transgender, bisexual. It doesn't matter who you are or what your belief system is. Our goal is to bond together and walk in harmony. Empower each other by gathering information that we didn't have before. Standing together, being resilient to obstacles that we can't bear alone. We need the help of each other. We need her. How will we do this? By implementing the 3 C's: clarity, commitment, and communication. Clarity will help us to identify the purpose and the needs of the youth that we will serve. Communication, being able to identify and communicate the benefits of our programming to our mentees. And ensuring that as mentors, we are on the same page when it comes to pursuing our mission and goals for our youth. Commitment, being totally committed to our youth, our parents, and our mentees, our vision, and purpose. Binding together a full circle of harmony, empowerment, and resilience.
Ms. Craig.
Good evening. My name is Antoinette Craig. I'm a retired Navy veteran who attended Canisius College, where I did a study abroad for a year in Beijing, China, surrounding myself in their culture and learning their language. I graduated with a dual major, international business and management, and logistics and Mandarin. I'm also the co-founder of Yo New York Youth Opportunity Program, a comprehensive youth development program for youth ages 13 to 18. And we, at HER, would like to offer you our mentoring curriculum. Alternative to Violence Project. It is a series of workshops teaching ways to resolve conflict without resorting to violence. We will do this through role-playing, self-awareness experience. These workshops build community through caring and respect for everyone, seeking new ways to handle conflict. of their parents. And if the parents would like their bank account open as well, we have someone that will open their bank accounts as well. We will give them a clear understanding of saving money, budgeting, and also learning about credit and how credit works.
In regards to her, we have what I call my narrowing the gap initiative. Narrowing the gap is a focus on parenting and family dynamics. This program involves encouraging parents to embrace the power of change and accepting their child's difference and opinions. This model also focuses on developing problem-solving techniques and self-sharing and safe feelings with their children and the parents. We're focused on social media and how it affects the child and the family as a whole, and also help some of those parents understand what those little emojis do, because most of us don't. We're also focused on consistent parenting. Yes, all parents are very good parents, but we know that there are a lot of parents that need help in building upon the existing foundation that they have within their own household to help them address the process of setting clear rules, and which in a way helps that the child understand what the parent is trying to tell them to do. In turn, this teaches predictability, which we all know, as social workers know, and teachers, I'm sure, from working with those kids every day. We know that lessens the stress, the confusion, and the anxiety that children face when they know what is going to happen. They know what the result is going to be. I know that the school district has a lot of parenting groups, but I don't know if we actually have a parenting program that helps the parent and child understand each other. In the words of our Vice President Kamala Harris, she said, "What is important for my daughter." With all the girls that are participating in the program. We want to have a 5K run. We want to give away prizes. We know teenagers love prizes, and so do parents. We also want to ask Dr. Kermit Cash to give our superintendent's message on that day. Have guest speakers and invite vendors from the community to come in and offer services and present their services to those families that are participating in our program. So we thank you all for the time that you have given us. Once again, I am Mary Nathan. And we are Operation Her.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next up, we have Nelson Mason, teacher and coach regarding coaching students.
Lord, thank you for hearing me. First thing I want to let you know, this is something I got from the superintendent. He said, I am a children's right activist when it comes to the work of providing greater access, equity, quality, and opportunity for all children. One of the things that I found out is that I want to know where was that when they were hiring a new coach for a touchdown. I want to know who was looking at it, who was evaluating as teachers get evaluated. What we fail to realize is that some of these kids depend on athletics to get them further in education. They depend on it. Right now, I'm the one reaching out to the Hutch Tech students and getting them seen by Gilbert College and Coach Coulier, because they are not doing anything. I've gone so far as for the 4 years that he's been there, we reach out and try to help those kids, because you have some kids who graduated From City Honors, we didn't even get recruited. But the coach that was there have kids going to D1 schools with 16 scholarships and 2 to Ivy League schools. All I'm asking for, I would like for the board to reach out to the past students, guys, because I think the board owes an explanation to those students that you failed. Another thing is that, yeah, remember, I'm a retired sheriff, and some of these teachers are like that blue line. They're going to protect the people. But right now, it's not about the teachers. We're talking about the students. They deserve better. They deserve better. My son's a senior. He's got 5 scholarships, but it's because of education. He has to send out his own film. He has to do his own thing. All I'm saying is, look at what you're doing. Look at some of the lives that you have hindered by not paying attention to who you hired.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Last, we have Lynette here, parent, special education.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Lynette Hare. I am the guardian of Parker Placely. I'm here tonight because Parker has not been in school or with services for 22 months. Parker is a 6-year-old nonverbal autistic child. Parker cannot speak, so I'm here to speak for him and many other children. Parker is a child that is classified with a severe disability. But in the last 22 months, we have learned that Parker has a different ability to learn, only because Buffalo Public Schools has failed to give him the education that he deserves. Parker has been a prisoner in his own home and in his own mind. We've been relentless to try and get him an education, but because of mask mandates, we couldn't. Until today, I got a phone call today stating that Parker could come back to school February 14th. Only because the school district now knows that they can't hold us responsible for a mask mandate. It took another parent to challenge and sue the school district in order for our voices to be heard. My child couldn't go to school for almost 2 years, while other children with the same needs have comfortably been in school in other districts, learning. I can't speak for other parents, but my child could not do remote learning. He can't sit still for 5 minutes, let alone 30 to 60. I'm not sure where we go from here with school. With the promise and hope to be back in school by mid-February, how can I be assured that after relentless hours of me being in person with him for the times that they tried, how will they achieve their goals this time? I've been asked to vaccinate my child, and my answer is he can't tell me. He can't tell me if he's sick. He can't tell me if he has a headache. So why would I put him through that? Every day, Parker and I learn together. We educate each other. He learns from me, and I learn from him, or how to teach him. He is not yet complete a month of school, but is in the 1st grade. Never, ever seen kindergarten, but he's in the 1st grade. BPS, I'm asking you now, are our children being given the same chance as all the other students in the district? Because there was no child left behind. I feel my child was left behind. My child has been left behind. So I'm asking for a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Welcome, Dr. Cash. I hope your testimony was up. Normally at this time I would have Dr. Cash as responsible speaker, but you're not here. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to respond to Dr. Cash. Well, as you listen to the speakers. First of all, I do want to thank all of the speakers for coming out tonight and for sharing your thoughts with the board and the staff and superintendent. I have taken notes on everything that you said, and I will be reading Dr. Cash going Dr. Cash, you have the superintendent's update.
Yes, good evening, colleagues. Wanted to make sure that you were aware that today was the once annual testimony before the New York State Legislative Fiscal and Education Committees. We had a large agenda of folks that needed to testify today to present their budget needs for this 2022-2023 fiscal year. Starting off with the Commissioner of Education, the New York City School new chancellor, and then the union leaders for the New York City School District and the New York State School System, and then followed by the 5 superintendents for the big 5 school districts. So that was a long day, and however, I do think it was successful and effective because for the first time in a long time that I've seen, there was excellent alignment between what the governor's executive budget proposals were, what the Big 5 education proposals were, and New York City and Commissioner Rosa and so forth. So very good alignment, and we're most excited to inform you that the $2.1 billion increase in education funding is one of Governor Hochul's signature education proposals. She will continue to phase in foundation aid, full funding of our current statutory formulas for expense-based aids, pandemic-related responses, and several new or expanded grant programs, including our much-needed health services grant, our special services aid, and pre-K programs, pre-kindergarten programs. We want to expand to include 3-year-old programming. And then there were a host of shared charter school requests and proposals that are being championed by state legislators all across the state. So we felt good about the support for our requests that were also in line with the Big 5 school districts. So colleagues, that was an important day. We got many questions after, and I do believe that we will have an encouraging budget season that we will get most of what is being asked for. And I haven't seen that kind of alignment, certainly since I've been here in New York, but I haven't seen it much at all, where you don't have to wiggle and waggle and fight and really try to get the request that the school district needs. I think we'll be in really, really good shape this year. So that's the bottom line, and that's where I really wanted to make sure I got across to you today. Now, our own budget season here in Buffalo will begin in earnest, and I will set and send my initiating or inaugural budget memorandum out to all of the schools related to their school-based budgets and related to the kickoff for the 2022-2023 budget season next Tuesday. So we're in our budget season now, and it looks to be very encouraging. That's my main update. Board President Petrucci, certainly happy to answer any questions that you or board members might have about any other topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Mr. Hurd. Hurd, you have a question?
It was just referring to some speakers that we had. One thing is very proud to work on is a group that's been working on for the past couple of months, maybe since last October, through Operation Earth. A group of ladies that's helping present tonight, that's here to help work with the school district about working with our young ladies that's in our district. It's an all-female group and female-led group that's looking to have an impact on the ladies that's in our district. Tragically, we know that yesterday we heard bad news about one of our female students that's in the public school system, and we need programs in the district to stop this type of violence and stop this type of violence. Our teachers are in the classroom with these students. We have mentors, we have principals, administrative staff that work closely with our female students in the public schools, but it always seems like it's not enough. So there's groups like this and other groups, female-led groups, that can reach out to the girls that's in our public school system. And they definitely need our support. They need our support. We're tirelessly hours trying to build programs that can operate under the district, with the district burden and district loads of education burden. So hats off tonight to the three of the representatives that came this evening to talk about the impact of Operation Earth and what they're trying to achieve here in the district. So once again, my hats off, and really bring tears to my eyes to see people that's so indebted to our young ladies that's in our district that need help, they need services, they need mentor, counseling, and guidance. And I don't know how much work you guys do, but I try to go beyond Call of Duty all times of night in the day to reach out to people like this so that we can find some help with these young ladies. We have a male mentoring group that's going very well, but they still need more men, more counseling, more supervision, and we have a lot more males in our district that's in need of help. Rick Spears is doing a wonderful job with that, another program that I work with, and I'm happy to see people in our community that's interested in being part of this. I want to cut it off right here, but thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Does anyone have questions for Superintendent Cash? Thank you very much. Not here tonight. Next we have action on the minutes from the previous meeting. Do I have a motion to approve December 15th meeting minutes? I have a motion to approve. Jonathan Cozy, second. Jerry Chapman, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Minutes are approved. Committee report. We'll start with Ms. Cozy and go around the table. Ms. Cozy, do you have any report on the committee?
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to report that I attended quite a few different meetings that I put together with different leaders in the community based on a lot of concerns that we hear today. One in particular I want to report on is I met with Katie Hill, who's a young lady who
equity and, in front of us. The board was well forward to move forward with that, and I look forward to discussing it further.
Thank you, Patricia. I have a couple of things to report on committee. I'm going to try to keep some of it low, so we have a really big announcement with the athletic department. But first of all, I'd like to say happy belated Happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody. And we posted that last week, and just want to give Dr. Martin Luther King the honor, that he deserves, and the work that he does in our communities. Last night I did chime into the CPAC, and they talked over a couple of things. I know Sharon Delicati will probably like to work on the meeting when she speaks, so I'll leave that. She was on board also. We met with Operation Earth about 25, 30 times for this program to initiate here in the district. Also met with the NAACP meeting for a workshop for parenting, and they want to work closely with the district and looking forward to send an outline grant to the district to find ways to work together in the future. Also sit on the executive board for the ECASB, the Erie County School Board Association, and they have a meeting on a snow day and January 13th. And for that, we talk about advocacy training, target budgeting, virtual programs, how to get to know BOCES, respective school board workshop, springboarding, Eats and Education, the annual dinner that's coming up, and the governance for training. So it's a slew of things that's been discussed there over at the Erie County School Board Association. Another from the Athletic Association, there's some great things we'd like to announce to the board. So one thing that we've been working on is the G&G Fitness Room for 2021 upgrade project. So the complete ones now are at South Park, Emerson, and Alternative High School. And we've got 2 more future projects this year, 2022, for the Riverside and City Honors Building. The Buffalo Public Schools are 99% staffed for all spring sports at this time. So that's a great announcement. We're on top of that for spring sports. The spring sports schedules are almost complete, and this will be the first time that the Buffalo Public Schools will be in alignment with the Section 6 and Title 9 mandates and standards that we have in our history. So hats off to Michael House, who's been working very hard and meeting with the Section 6 and Title 9 so that this district is finally in alignment with Title 9 procedures so we can move forward together. Also with spring sports, all equipment and uniforms have been accounted for, all new uniforms have been ordered for the spring, and you can see that some transition is waiting for approval in today's agenda on section 23 for our helmets and shoulder pads reconditioning, and which is mandated by the New York State Public High School Sports Athletic Association. Also, we have the athletic department, the BPS appointed an athletic council. So this is huge. We have an athletic council and have attended, our athletic council have attended every single meeting to date. So that's another milestone that we crossed here, so that we know that this year we'll be in line with the Section 6 and all formalities. The athletic department, the BPS appointed the athletic council, and also the BPS will host its first ever spring football season. This is a mini season designed to build awareness, off-season conditioning, and interleague competition. So it's kind of like bringing back the Harvard Cup for our spring football program. So this is the first time this district ever done that, and my hats off to the ingenuity and thinking and to make that possible. The football staff has been compiled for the fall season, and also new what we have is the JV girls lacrosse team. It's the first time you're going to have a lacrosse team for the girls, and they will be in Title IX compliance. Also, we have all-female cheerleading uniforms have been ordered. So every uniform for cheerleaders have been ordered to Modified Unified Sports Program. We have 8 sites at the department. Individually spoke with elementary principals to start the Modified Unified Sports Program. And we have sites that's been determined, established location, and doing land surveys around those sites. Also, we have the department in collaboration with the Buffalo Public Schools Plant Service Department. We are in the process of installing hurdle gymnasium cameras at the stadium. Those are camera stuff that's going to be for practices, that's going to be for games, so that our kids can finally get adequate chance for collegiate scholarships. So colleges around the country can look at their work and the games, and volleyball, basketball, anything that's being done inside the gym, we're prepared for it. Want to cut it short, but first we have our first ever 2022 Buffalo Bills flag football program. So we have been established here in the Buffalo Public Schools. So this is in coalition with the Buffalo Bills organization. This is not the private play with the Ralph Wilson Foundation. So we have made connections with the Buffalo Bills, working out to have this program. It's going to be developed this spring, and so that means that the girls and guys can compete with flag football for all grade levels. So thank you, Ken and Terry, for helping us with this initiative. A couple other things is that we have a new Mall High upgrade project that's been activated. It is in the works. The NFHC and the NCAA regulations for New York State sectional competition. Mall High will have new plumbing, a new track field. It's going to have sand pits. It's going to have restrooms, new field turf, logos around the stadium, concession stands, press boxes for home and away visitors for our competition. I also would like to work again about putting bleachers on the other side of All High Stadium, so that should be another project that we should look into, so that we can have visitor side and home side, and also for security reasons, measures that's at the games, just like other districts have in the sections here in New York. We have a scoreboard capital project on High and Riverside Stadium with compliance with the Title IX and New York State competition. So this is a benefit to make revenues for the use of facilities, for the printing department, culinary arts department, and overtime for our staff. Two last things would be which is new. This is a huge hurdle that we've been looking to cross over for a long time. But the Buffalo Teachers Federation President, Will Lamore has launched the Modified Sports Committee, which will convene in February, and this will work directly with the Buffalo Public Schools in our efforts to build this Modified Unified Sports project. And future projects that's on the board, with we asking that the board members help support us in all these projects, scoreboards for the Graveyard School, the Hutchinson Tech School, and the International Preparatory School. So what we're doing is building a model here in Buffalo that can have competition for state competition for Section 6 and Title IX, all the sections included. And also, I don't know if Mr. Nelson is still here. We helped formulate the first football program at Hoover College, which is designed to attract our high school players here in the city of Buffalo to have a Division III opportunity to play football once they graduate from here. So we are looking to attract those people, and we have a campaign that's being pushed out through social media and actually door knocking and phone calls. That's my community course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. One quick question before you go, Mr. Hurd. Has there been any discussions about increasing our representation in Section 6 and leadership ranks on the executive committee?
We haven't been, that conversation has been going on for 2 years now. And we haven't had any movement with that, but that's up to the galleries with Section 6 and how they want to move forward, because as we know, they're their own non-profit, they're their own entity. So they got the right to move forward how they want to, but inclusion is very important that we move forward. So we can keep on putting pressure on them. That's going to take pressure from the community, from the stakeholders to come out and say we want equality with the Section 6 and the right to voting and what happens to our kids in the district.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, President.
Dr. Kathy Evans Brown.
Okay, good evening. So I'm going to report on the student achievement meeting as that happened actually on January 12th, 2022. And so we talked particular meeting, we talked about extra investment supporting academic achievement. Ms. Ann Botticelli, who is the Chief Academic Officer for the district, presented a detailed portfolio of initiatives, and I'm going to just sort of paraphrase some of them because it probably would take me an hour to talk about what she talked about on the 12th. So, literacy. In the literacy area, there's been a purchase of pre-K Raising a Reader program. K-6 expanded diverse collections and biology. There's been K-12 literacy curriculum that's been updated. Instructional priorities monitored, 3 to 5 junior grade books. 7 to 12 ELA teachers step up to writing licenses, and lastly on this category there's more, 9 to 12 study skills course, which is under development in the spring. Under the mathematics, there's been pre-K development. We've organized to better support mathematics and literacy instruction. 2 teachers hired for the K through 3rd, 4th through 6th district support teachers. K through 6 math manipulatives, K through 12 mathematics curriculum, and the IXL for algebra, which we understand is going very well. Under the STEM, or STEAM, K through 1st alternate fact builder, that's been ordered. K through 1 integrated technology for iPads. K through 1 robotics and engineering, so our kids are really getting some of this STEM, STEAM, 21st century technology, preparing them as young as the kindergarten. 7 through 8 CTE 3D printers that have been purchased. 7 through 12 CTE coach to support new teachers. And lastly, under this category, living environments online lab progress that has been purchased and implemented. Under the Encore category, ECC and instrumental music staffing have been hired. Ongoing purchase of instruments, high school music technology course and equipment, high school American popular music course that's piloted at school number 192. High school advanced coursework initiative, equal opportunity schools, AP capstone courses, and as we reported that there's increase of students in AP, particularly in the African American students. I think the increase is 25%. AP exam fees have been covered. AP diverse lending library and ECC African American history and literacy textbooks have been purchased. Under special ed, K through 3rd expand fast forward program, K through 12 enhanced supports for students with autism, that's underway. 8 new K through 12 social workers have been hired. 8 posted positions for K through 12 school psychologists. Supervising social worker will be brought forward. And then under this category, and there's more, like I said, I'm just giving you a snapshot of where the ESSER dollars are going. IEP compliance coordinator to be hired. Under the multilingual category, K through 6 Native American classroom libraries,
K through 8, Lexia E&L intervention. K through 8, Saturday Heritage academics. K through 8, multilingual academic coaches have been hired. A K through 12 bilingual coach has also been hired. Extended learning time, that's usually in the summer. We had a very robust summer program. I attended some of the school buildings, and these kids are learning. They're small groups, and they are involved in all kinds of stuff. I remember I went to one school, and you'd be surprised that even some adults that don't know how to do an envelope correctly, just sending out an envelope. And so these kids have formed relationships with other countries, for example, and they're sending out, letters, like a account kind of system. That's pretty neat, and they learn how to talk about it. So extended learning will happen again in the summer. Professional development, self-paced professional development courses for staff, K through 6 numbers, the K through 8 wartime Gillingham professional development is underway. K through 12 instructional priorities underway. You have to keep the teachers updated with new and innovative information. Technology integration. There's pre-K through 12 one-on-one device deployment that has happened. Pre-K through 12 zoology, learning management system, and various online textbooks. That's the end of my group achievement that happened on January 12th. And it's really good to know that there's a lot of innovative programs out here, such as her. I've talked to a gentleman about a WIC program that they want to collaborate also, with the school district. So it's nice to hear about these initiatives, and because our kids need them, and their additional supports to help our kids get through this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Mr. Larry Scott, the floor is yours. Committee report?
I didn't chair the meeting for January. I am chairing the February Educational Support Committee, and we're expected to get a presentation and discussion on a growing concern of human trafficking. Since our last meeting, I did have an opportunity to attend the BAPA, Buffalo Academy of Visual and Performing Arts, holiday concert. Was more there as a parent. My son's first performance, since there weren't any performances last year. Wonderful, talented students, very entertaining. Was happy to participate or be there for it. And the COVID protocols were well managed. All the parents cooperated with masking. So to me, it was a positive experience in the midst of COVID. But with that said, I think it demonstrated to me that our students need these opportunities, these extracurricular opportunities. And I'm hoping that now that it seems like we're on the other side of Omicron, that as we enter the spring, that our schools will start to be opened up more, and we can start having more opportunities for parents and families in the evenings and on weekends. That graduations, and I know it's not going to be exactly normal, but things like graduations, as long as we're in a good place, that they can be somewhat normal, or close to normal. And with that said, I'm happy to hear that Saturday Academies will be opening back up in February. We need to get those started. We need an off-ramp, in my opinion, with COVID. We can't continue to be fully restricted, especially if there's less concern with risk with COVID. And I think, Mr. Green has spoken at I think 3 meetings. He's passionate about after-school programming. I think we need to start becoming creative, thinking outside the box about how school hours. And we need a plan before this year ends. Our students need that, our families need that. Last thing, I held a virtual community meeting over the holiday break with some BPS staff and parents, centering on security and safety in some of our schools, as well as COVID protocols. It was timely because I was able to mention some of those security concerns in one of our committee meetings with Ms. Paulette Woods. I was happy to hear from Director of Security, Fred Wagstaff, tonight that it seems as if one of those schools is getting more attention based on those conversations we had in that committee meeting. That is all for me.
Real quick before you go, Mr. Scott. One of the things I'm hoping that we can do as we move forward is to add a question about trafficking to our youth risk behavior service. I think it's important. Ms. Wood, the floor is yours.
The Finance and Ops Committee meeting was dedicated to the district security update. That's a very important concern because of our students being traumatized and coming back to school and really needing some assistance in getting back into holding their hands and being obedient and being respectful. So they gave a thorough presentation on the improvements that the district had made in that. The New York State Association of Counties gave us an update on the budget. I was quite pleased to hear about the $2.1 billion increase in educational aid. It's wonderful that our governor is supporting in-person education and putting money where her mouth is. So I respect that totally. I did support Board Member Hurd listening to her organization because it is very important. One of my priorities is reaching out to the community and allowing them to help us deliver services to our youth because we need the community to help our children get through the isolation, overcome the situation, the lags, and the problems they occurred that they had over the last 2 years. City honors had to postpone their Martin Luther King celebration. It won't be coming up until later this week. Most of my time, I have been receiving a lot of calls from parents. Their concerns about the children being out on the bus stops. The snowbanks are higher than the children. You can't see the children. I got stuck outside at a medical PT meeting for my doctor, and just being out 3 minutes, not even 5 minutes, I was frozen. So I am really concerned, and I understand the parents' concerns about buses not appearing. Children can't get to school, missing their breakfast and their first 2 classes. And this is what I'm getting as a significant number of calls. A parent with 5 kids this morning, all of them are home. So I'm referring them to Joe Agro, but the parents are saying we need a better solution for children's safety. So that's my report.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Board Member Cochran, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. President. On 12/18, I attended the district's training for our 7th and 8th grade teachers, and Balotelli and team rolled out the STEM project for our students. I can tell you that there was nothing but enthusiasm in that room, and those adults and children at play and learning. I can't wait to see our children feel the same way as they learn. On 12/21, I've been in high school. I visited all 3 schools, met with all 3 principals, and had an interesting conversation also with, Dr. Wright, as well as two other ASL, two ASLs, Mr. Hill and Mrs. Wilson, in regards to, the needs of the building. Appreciate them allowing me into that meeting. I surprised them because they were not in the building. On 12/22, I did a virtual meeting with the Inter-High Student Council. On 12/24, a community partner and friend adopted a family and provided them with Christmas gifts, and we delivered them, and they were very grateful. The mother of four, single mother of four, wants to remain anonymous, but I want to, because they want to let everyone know that there are good-hearted citizens out there that want to help people around the holiday and years long. On 12/28, I attended a round table sponsored by the Kiwanis Committee. I was invited by Mandela Rose. It was a round table of elected women, and it was a fantastic conversation. On the panel was the Honorable Crystal Peoples-Pope, the Honorable Bethany Grant, our India Walton, and myself. And we had this out there on YouTube. It was a great conversation. On January the 11th, I attended the BPS meeting virtually. On January the 20th, I can't read my minutes, can't read my notes, I don't want to get it. January the 24th, I attended the CPAC meeting. On January the 20th, I attended a workshop on lynching. In addition to that, each Friday I try to attend the Council of Great City Schools. It is open to all board members, starts from 1 to 2, sometimes we get out early, an opportunity to find out what's going on in other districts, and similar board members, and to bounce off ideas and concerns with them. They're a great group of people. Council of Great City Schools is doing a phenomenal job with that. Tonight, I would have been at the Burger Senate banquet. Banquet. They are having their football banquet. They were supposed to come to the board. The board was supposed to meet them. That has not happened. Hopefully that will happen. One of the things that upset me is that they had not come to the board. They had not received any additional funds. In talking to the Vivid alumni, parents of the entire fee, then the alumni met today, and they took care of the fee so that the parents who have been participating with their children could come and enjoy dinner with them tonight. And I want to thank the Vivid alumni for that. Thank you. It made me cry, it really did, because I was really upset that we had children that went that far, and for whatever reason, the adults did not reach out to the board to see what we were doing half of our children. And so there's a lesson learned that has never happened. So the alumni should be able to supplement, and we should be able to at least provide something for those children, so we get the children. We did learn something. So I want to thank them. In addition to that, the teachers union, the LUMAR and the BPS also provided additional money to help them. And so just want to thank the young men, Bennett High team. I sent this to them today. One of the challenges that I gave them at the beginning of the season was to learn how to play chess with these smartphones. And many of the young men have picked up the habit of playing chess now. And I was able to obtain some chess boards, and I wrapped them up, and they're going to get many of them will receive chess boards as a result of that. I feel that chess is important for our young people to play, to learn how to play. My boy started playing at 4 years old, and I think that it helps them to be strategic determine in life quickly what move to make, whether they are making a pawn move or they're making a royal move. And we need to instill everything we can in our children so that they can function at a high level. So kudos to Principal Alvarez, to Athletic Director Mike House, to the coach McDuffie, who, if you will remember, when he stepped in the Senate, I think it's been about 11 years now, then it had a 1 and 104. They are always 1 1. So coach check, make sure you understand who your coach is and you got to do. This weekend,
January 29th, I will be attending our Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Committee as part of the New York State School Board Association. This past week, I represented the district with the Big Five school district. We had an executive meeting in our attempts to move forward. It is our goal to try to get our legislators help us to be equitable with the charter schools. It's time for charter schools opportunity will get everyone else present in the state school board association. Okay, so that means that there's a possibility to put the central tester that was the intent to move that forward in the school district. That's why I have a executive meeting around the test, and I'm going to send it out to all the board members to with the child had a very good conversation for the council. I invited her to attend a workshop and a day about traffic. It was hosted, I sent it out to everyone. Kudos to them, he was also and since they were hometown, I would link out of Texas, and they are Dallas and Houston, which has an extra large trafficking going on. We have to share data,
contribute to that, and very impressive place. I'd like to see if we could bring forward and have our parents and our children educated about trafficking. We said, just to frame this, within 8 hours of major cities, we are talking about Montreal, we are talking about Toronto, we are talking about Albany, we're talking about New York City. If we go into Pennsylvania, we are dealing with that, and we also are dealing with things further down in Ohio. We are in
major areas of trafficking, and it's happening. One of the things I want to share with the board that I learned that night is that gangs are trafficking. I never thought that gangs were that organized that they are trafficking, and that was really monumental when I learned that. Coming up on the 10th and the 11th are 2 free workshops. I sent out the information. I will send out the information tonight. Thank you, Kim, to George, for sending it over to me. On the 10th, suicide safety for teachers and school staff, trainer event in which suicide will be discussed. On the 11th, understanding the poverty mindset and self-care for professionals. I intend on attending both of those. I have also had several conversations with our student representative, Jeremy Cameron, and in addition to that, I am working with a small team in this element this year to celebrate the Day of Hijab, which is February 1st, which is Tuesday the 1st, and we're just going to actually Mr. President, some clarity on is I'm trying to understand if when we passed our budget last year and we put in place certain things, how they are now being used or addressed under the ESSER. I need clarity on that because my understanding is ESSER is one that's supposed to be in addition to,
That's from what the training I've taken with the council of in schools. And what I'm finding now is that it looks like the money is being used in lieu of. So I really need some clarity on that, because I feel that the schools are entitled to additional money as a result that they already passed the budget and that they already earmarked these things for that. So I need clarity on that. The other thing I'd like clarity on, and I'm not sure if you can get this information to me, but I'd like to know what's going on with security in our schools. I went through the board package. I noticed that last year, in 2021, only 12 security officers came before us for an entire year. In this package, this month, today, are 4 security officers. In the packages that I went back, I went all the way back to January of last year, I saw that we had people who retired. I saw people who were on long-term disability for workers' comp. And so I'm concerned as to what's going on with security as far as hiring people. There are people who have signed up who have not been contacted. They have not been interviewed. I'm getting calls. Lou, you're aware of it. I'm aware of it. And so I'm concerned that we are, whatever the bottleneck, quote unquote, that exists, I feel that we have enough clout to ask the mayor to move our security officers to a priority level so that our schools can get more security in them. We are at the bridge of we are at the point where we need as much security in our buildings as we can. And because of the social, emotional shortfalls that have happened due to COVID or whatever reason you want to use, our children, we are in a critical state in this district. And to only hire 12 security officers in a 12-month period is something that I have concern about. However, I guess I could say in a 13-month period after today, we will have hired 16. So that's a concern for me because they retire, they get sick, and we need to make sure that our teachers, our students, that our buildings are safe. We are in territory that we have never treaded before. And I am begging that we get social emotional support in those buildings ASAP, that we provide each school with additional funding that the principals can use for other than staffing, that they can use to provide people like her, these ladies, that they can come in and provide. Finally, the after-school piece. One of the things that has been brought to my attention is that most of the kids are not leaving before 5:30 anyway in the buildings. Okay, so if we had an after-school program open, the buses would not come until after 6. We need to get our children some social, emotional support, and we need to get the additional education in our after-school program. We need to get those programs up and running. Using COVID and using the bus, provided this board move this resolution forward, will allow parents to be able to pick up their kids when they're off from work. Thank you.
Yes, one additional comment. December 15th, we on the business, we talked about the counseling school over us, student number 99, and also student number 3 about the traffic study. I don't know where we're at with the traffic study, because right now on Jefferson Avenue, both sides are very much students, and the kids are getting off in the street to go into the field. So it's important to take a look at that, because it is a significant issue as a condition, and that's what make sure that we're looking into that study and see what we can do about possibly having kids being dropped off in the parking lot and picked up in the parking lot when they come to fields. And the second thing is, so that was school number 99, the code, he said school 3 also has this condition. Also, Dr. Cash, on behalf of Bennett High School football team and Coach McDuffie for the event that Sharon said earlier that thank you tonight. Mr. McDuffie wanted to make sure that you receive this. This is the emblem that they received for their championship game. Bennett High School was the first time the Buffalo Public School has actually received came second place in the state title for a football game. So hats off and kudos to that program. And Coach McDuffie wanted to make sure that you have this.
So it would be nice if they could come and be a part of the board meeting. I believe that's coming in February.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to keep it brief. So a couple of things. New York State School Boards Association, I serve on the resolution committee. What that means is that when school districts have the ability to put something before the resolution committee, and if it's approved, the New York State School Boards Association will lobby for its passage in the Senate and the Assembly and to get the governor to sign it. So in the past, we as a district have made recommendations. The process starts in February, so start thinking about if there's something on the topics that you would like for them to address. The other thing I was going to touch on quickly is, some of these topics were covered. I just wanted to touch briefly upon the after-school programs. My children went to the Valley Community Center. It provided not only, sports and recreation, and they had tutors and they had meals, but also helped us as a family so that people could, we picked up our kids after work then, we live near them. So it provides values for families. I do echo, Mr. Scott's concerns earlier. I don't want to go too much in parroting what other people have said this evening, but thank you all for your comments. At this point, I have a motion to accept the consent agenda. So move second, bottom, all left, yours.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, because it's an exception checklist, that the pre-rent board resolutions are not part of the consent agenda.
Thank you for clarity. Mr. Kuzma? So with respect to the question, the first question I have is on 9D, Terrence Curve, Instructional.
Thank you.
Sierra Plaza reconstruction against 205 Riverside, and Sierra Plaza reconstruction against 200 Mr. Hood.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cash, and most of the staff for looking into this. We noticed that there were big gate codes because of the high school, the high school, and that was principal Alvarez about it, was to say if you have some of the stuff that moves, and under the steps there's a big cavity. So Dr. Cash had made sure that this was looked into, and noticed for the past 2 years that those steps have been rolled off and go down Main Street and go to Riverside High School. And so this is this is a construction project over $1 million, and that owns $2 million for the Bennett High School project. But it is well spent because we're saving the children and the education of school and everything. So I thank Dr. Cass for looking into that, and I'm looking for the report for years to take a look at Dr. And discuss it with try to get it out. You want to reflect on that? reflect on it. You made the comment, so I think it's a good one. What I know is that that's one of the most beautiful, iconic schools in the country, and it was disturbing me that we couldn't get those steps addressed and all of the issues for that beautiful school. So I told them to put some pedal to the metal and get it done. And with Nate Kuzma now handling school district operations, it was easier for me to get that done, to get that done. So that's what's going on. And thank you for bringing that up and appreciating what's going on. Thank you.
Mr. Coach, you have a comment on Riverside? You booked a sunny Verbo ski chalet with endless views of snow-covered peaks. But the thing
Today we'll be taking a look at the item. Not sure what the
video. So make sure you head over to our Instagram after you finish watching this video.
They're building those on Riverside, that little patch of land between both Riverside and that's how they're working with Riverside along with the Blue program. I just want to make sure that we continue to revisit possibly using that space. And I know that there were ideas and things in the past. I will be meeting with Brian Trickett, who is the executive director of Parental, this week, and I believe that might be part of the conversation. So I just want to make sure that that's, just still in our minds, like how we look into whether or not that property is available. I know that there was an issue with developers and the whole line, but I think it's free now. So I just want to make sure that we put that back on, at least something to look at. And I supported 100% to expand that program as the students over the past years that I visited. This is a great program that really encompasses the purpose of the economy.
Thank you for that. They give us another day, another time to be on. So
I just wanted to do it.
thank you.
Ms. Wood, you have a question?
Yes, there's an item that isn't checked on here for me, and it's under personnel exempt item, line number 2.
Excuse me, so the people on YouTube can't hear you guys if you don't talk into the mic when we watch it the next day.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Sorry about it.
There's an item that's not checked, but didn't check for me, and it's under personnel affairs, it's under exempt, and it's line number 2. It is a late item that was not paid. And the email stated yesterday, very, very late. And I just wanted to object to items being an evaluation of our policies that the board would have opportunity to review items for at least 48 hours to 5 days. I believe our policies are. This item was added late. It is very important to the board because it discusses our staffing and support to us. I believe that it should be removed and put on a later date so that the board can at least have an opportunity to have a discussion about our staff and our support.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Sorry about that. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Mr. Kuzma has a response.
Yeah, I do. And I know that the item was brought yesterday. It was before 5:30. And under board policy, this is not a violation policy. It's a superintendent's recommendation. He has a superintendent under the board policy on the 24 August to properly place something on the board's agenda, which he did. And I instructed you to send an email so you were informed. So I just want you to know that it is in accordance with the policy. It's not late, it's not a violation of policy.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzma. Let's see, 19I, Terrence Burke, you have a question?
Yes, my question was 19I and 11B. 19I is single gender schools. And 11B is for single gender schools also. This is the work that the district is doing on the Eagle Academy Foundation for the Parental Leadership Academy for young men, and also the Children's School Leadership for young men. I would just like to ask the superintendent, because of the severity of these programs and my interest in it, that if I could include these times in meetings for these programs, then because we have a lot of community members that's going to be vested to help our children in the district, and as we see, the community empowerment that they want to come out and help us and get the funds right now and help support these type of programs that I can be included in the conversation for these two programs and help with the initiation. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the matter? Let's see that. Let's move down to item 23A, section 6 dues. Ms. Delman, has a question.
So, I'm not sure where we are with the section 6. Can you get an update? The other part of this is that this is like, for the board's meetings for the district to have been treated the way they have been treated in section 6 is totally unacceptable. My understanding is that they filed some legal action. Did we or did we not file some? Okay, so the thing, I personally feel that when we look at the things that our children participate in, that we are paying the lion's share, and our children are not benefiting everything that is stated out that section 6 as possible. They certainly did not support us when we got in this recent situation again. They have not allowed us to be part of the executive committee. However, we're paying the lion's share. And so it's time out for being okay with not making sure that Buffalo children, Buffalo public schools get theirs. So I guess what I'm looking for, okay, is for an understanding of what exactly are we receiving from section 6. My understanding is that they offer a lot of different sports that our children do not participate in. And I wonder if there might not be a better way to assess this as far as the cost of us. How do we come up with the cost of us is what I want to know about this. I want to know. And I'm not voting for it until I get some clarity on it. It has to stop. We have to start making sure that the money that we're spending, our children are getting what they're entitled to. Now, section 6 may come back and say, well, it's not our fault that you don't take advantage of everything. But my counter discussion or argument to that is that since we're not taking advantage of everything, why are we paying for everything? That's my concern with this. And we're paying close to $86,000 a year. And section 6 would not even stand with our children when the year before that, they had guidelines that impact our children. I think you're concerned about section 6. I really do. I'm not voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Can someone respond to that? I believe it's on a per capita basis. It is my understanding that other views are there, but Dr. Cash would like to.
Yes, I don't disagree with what I'm talking. I think that we have to bring them to the table, bring them to a meeting, perhaps a work session, and let's have a face-to-face conversation about this issue. I have forced, or not forced, I pushed to make sure we have better representation on the committees. I still think at the top of the triangle, at the executive committee and beyond, we are not represented. We should have representation on that committee
and on the diversity committee that they say is in existence, but I don't see any diversity on it. So there are questions that we could bring them here and talk about. They indicated that they'd be willing to do that. And then we can find out about these additional sports, if there are in fact additional sports that we're not offering our kids, but yet we're paying for it. I definitely would want to reconcile that issue. So, I know I've had conversations. I think it's good to have a discussion about it. I don't think we should be every year just paying $86,000, and then when we go through a situation like we just went through, especially with the football team,
which was an absolute egregious debacle with no support from Section 6 when we needed them to support us most. They didn't do it. So I concur, because we have some kind of conversation. I think you can protest of it, but I don't want to hurt the kids for the rest of the year. I would recommend paying the amount, but with the protest of get them to the next committee meeting, get them, even I don't know how much is on your plate, Mr. Scott, for February committee. That could be something that we can talk about at that time and expand, and all agree to expand our time a bit for that evening. So those are my thoughts at this time. I just don't have a good, quick, cold answer. I think this is a long overdue issue. What they want to do, though, and that's why I want to be careful, is not to get a tripwire to then get a reason to get out of Section 6. So I do think that there's an underlying issue there. Hey, form your own league, you know. Why not? I think that would hurt our kids. Our kids need to be exposed widely across this region, and that's an equity issue. It's an equity issue. So anyway, thank you for those comments.
So, Mr. President, why can't this be taken to the next committee meeting? I mean, this has gone since August. Okay, so 1 more month is going to make that big of a difference. I don't understand why we keep paying things and not, especially in Section 6, and not holding them accountable. I do not understand that.
It's my understanding that we did not make one of the payments last year, and this is for the next cycle that nobody serves. The one payment last year was healthcare payments, that we did not make that final payment.
That's not going to help the case, but I think it was back in spring, actually before we came in, that this was wrong. And we postponed it at that point in time because of the spring issue that happened with football and how that was handled. So we postponed it, and ultimately, Section 6 is inquiring about it. We are utilizing their service or participating in their postseason activities and their leagues and the like. And so if we want to maintain and stay in the section, we've got to pay the dues, regardless of the issues that we may have in sections.
So, real quick, so they've reached out, have they reached out to schedule a meeting on some regarding some of the issues?
They along with Robert Zayas from New York State Public High School Athletic Association, have expressed an interest in meeting with Superintendent upon request. So I think that could be arranged. It's not the case.
Mr. Cozen, Mr. Cozen. So as I see it, there's an escalation process that needs to happen. And I feel like we're jumping by not paying without putting all of what we put on the table together. I also agree with Board Member Cottman, with the Superintendent, that we are paying for services we're not getting. But in our due diligence, in order to make this, if they agree to have a meeting, that needs to happen. We have more than enough bullet points of all of the wrongs that have been done to our district and our children. And I believe that in the ways that we've been treated in the past, that if we miss a payment, it's just going to prolong the negativity, and we do our part to make sure that we do our due diligence to make sure we sit at the table. And then if they decide that they're not going to do what needs to be done, then we have more than enough grounds to just stop payment.
I just don't want to put our students at risk for anything coming up in the future, as we know every day is a new day. And anything can be used as an excuse, especially unfortunately how Buffalo is treated when it comes to other districts in the state here in Western New York. So my suggestion with an organizer background is this is an escalation point that, we have the advantage right now because we have been wrong on multiple occasions. We can point out A, B, C, D, damage down to X, Y, Z. And if they're willing to sit at the table, I think it's on us to make sure that meeting happens sooner than later. Bring some of the folks that are really, especially the youth, who have been affected by this, and see what they have to say with that. And then we take that measure of not paying. But I just really feel like if we take that extreme, they already have done so much without even a blink of an eye that it might just be we're out of that division and we hear nurse.
Mr. Herbert?
Thank you, President Patricia. Well, Robert Hayes from New York State Public High School Athletic Sports Association. He had vowed to, he's an author, and he had vowed to come to Buffalo anytime, even before I was going to have a meeting, so that we can try to settle issues along that occurred in the 76 and Buffalo Public Schools. He's seen the body of work that we've done over the years, and he has vowed to whatever time you want to meet, where you want to meet, with the legislature, that he will try to get Buffalo to make sure that we can some type of resolution and stuff moving forward. As far as the funding, I believe that you keep everything in line because Michael House has worked very hard to be in line with the Section 6 and the Title 9. So New York State. And we have put together a lot of programs. So every program that Section 6 offers, if we have capabilities of producing a team or producing a number of teams to put together to formulate a team that we will be put into the Section 6. So I don't think they're denying us that in sports or any opportunity to play sports competitively, but it's up to this district to make sure that we got our T's crossed and I's dotted so that we can apply those different programs in sports and be seated in the section for the sports. Also, I'm going to bring the call to Section 6 because they said they would meet and call for a meeting. Some kind of road block, but also because every time I call the council, I get a call back from Dr. Caressa saying that what was inquired for the Section 6. So I don't know why they don't open the talk, but it seems like they call back to the district, and then the district will relay the message back to me on what the conversation might be like or what we're going on. So if you can explain that to me somehow, then they can move forward.
Sure, this sounds like a deja vu. This is the same conversation we had the last time around. Okay, so, either we're going to get to the bottom of it, or we're going to continue to play games. Okay, so I'm through playing games. Okay, you guys can pass this, I'm voting no for it, but I still expect the work to be done right. It's time out. This is the third time that we've had this conversation at this board table about Section 6. And the same things have been said. Okay, so maybe okay for you guys, but to not understand that Section 6 does not take us seriously unless we hold somebody in some level of control over them. Because there's no way we were supposed to be treated the way we were treated, and we're the biggest donor of funds for Section 6. It's just no way. So I'm through talking about this. Moving forward, if we can't get this right, maybe some parents can unite and maybe they can get it right legally. But there's a problem with Section 6 and the way we're being treated.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. The last question I have here is under item 24, B versus the order of 2021-2022 grant award reports to the board by Ms. Paulette Lewis.
Looking
looking at the grant report.
Thank you.
Looking at the grant report, there are just two grants that I have questioned about. And sent the question, I'm not sure if I got a response. The question is about extended school year grant. It is a $9.9 million grant. And it started in July 1st, 2021, and it ended December 31st, 2021. So my question about the $9.9 million was, did we spend it all, or since we, we didn't have some of our programs, did we spend it all, or did we have to send some of the money back? And the other grant is the Empire State After School Program. It's another $1.4 million grant, and it started in September of last year. It's going to end in August. And my question for that grant also, it is for after school programs, this is for extended programs. Are we going to be able to spend that, or are we going to wind up returning money for these after school programs and extended learning programs? That was the question I had sent last week.
Thank you, Member Woods, for those questions. Mr. Fisher, do we have a response to those questions at this time, or do you need more time?
No, I do have a response.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did not get back to you. This will be the first time I'm telling you this. The summer handicap program, at this point, we have not closed it out yet, so there's still some final expenditures that need to be recorded in there. We've spent about 9.5 out of it at 9.9. So I suspect that it will be very nearly spent in that budget. And with this grant as well, we're reimbursed up to 80% of what we spend. So any way you look at it, there'll be like a general fund share for that particular grant. And I just found out this today, the Empire State After School Program, in that note, it did say that it's expiring in August. It's actually, I found out today, it's actually being extended for another year, to 23. And this is really because statewide school districts are not spending this program. We have spent very little to date on this, but obviously it is we can spend throughout the rest of the year, so depending on what happens with the LT programs, that may change.
That's point. That related to the ELT after school programs. I think, and you should come to the mic and say a few words about what we've been working on with the state relative to the after school programs, trying to have a creative conversation about, even with our transportation challenges, how can we still get these services to our kids. And I think we landed on some virtual opportunities during the week, and then Saturday school, side by side, after school work with our CBOs inside our community schools. I mean, something to that effect is where I think we're landing, and I think the state is happy with that, and we're going to be initiating those changes post-case. So can you say something about, because I don't want to give the impression we're just going to let this money sit. We have been working actively to see how we can get the kids engaged, and I think the state has finally gotten the message that we need to be independent on this and not insist it to be in person if we have these transportation challenges. So pick it up from there. Thank you.
Sure. So I'm happy to talk a little bit about conversations we've been having with state and with local CBOs. The Empire State funding is a separate funding source, and that money will roll over and it only affects certain schools. So we should be able to spend down that grant in the coming year. We've been talking to state ed and our local CBOs, and we'll be moving forward with some virtual programming after school in our 21st century sites. But we'll also be opening up Saturday opportunities in person to the local CBOs who have 21st century grants. And those will be open to I believe they are working on having that open to more than just students who are at those schools. So many students across the district would be eligible to participate in those opportunities, both virtual and on Saturdays. So it's not confined just to our actual Saturday academies. The CBOs will be letting us know which Saturdays they would be able to work at our schools, and there will be additional days on top of Saturday academy opportunities.
And I believe with about 20 weeks left in the school year, and correct me if my understanding is they'll be able to meet their requirements for the students and meet the requirements of their grant. So that seems to be.
Yes, it would be possible for them to meet the requirements. Each student is counted separately, so it would depend on which students register with them, but they should be able to.
Thank you.
So I listened to the speaker earlier, and he talked about conversations about equity that was there, that it was not equitable for the after-school program to only be available to people whose parents can pick them up. I'm wondering how is this any different with the Saturday program? Because the only way that they can get there is if their parents have transportation, right?
Well, the Saturday programs are in our community schools, so many students can simply walk to the site. It's not dependent on transportation.
But you do realize that the Saturday schools, many children do have to walk quite a long way.
Well, it would depend on which Saturday sites they operate, but there should be many opportunities for students to do it.
Okay, so I guess being in the school today, almost late for board meeting because they're waiting for the last bus to come. The children were there till 5 o'clock. I don't understand why you can't have an extended program or you sit in the gym. Okay, I don't understand when, kids were sitting there waiting on the buses to come. They're sitting in the gym. Okay, they're not doing anything. They're waiting on the buses. I don't understand since the buses are late. Why don't we put in place our extended learning program, since the children are already in the building? And I'm wondering, and in conversation with the principal, I said, how does this work? He said, Mrs. Collins, many parents have picked up their children because they get off from work at 5, and that works out better for them than picking them up at the regular time. So I'm wondering, are we taking into consideration who our customers are here? Okay, if the children are sitting here anyway waiting on buses, why would we put a program in place so that the children can benefit from learning during that period of time? And then the parents who get off from work at 5 o'clock can come and get their children, many of them, and take advantage of the $50 gas card that seems to be a sore thumb around here, given that money. So I'm just wondering why the extended learning program is not being at least done in a pilot way. I don't get it. The kids are sitting there anyway waiting on buses.
So I think Cheryl might be able to explain the busing situation a little better than I can. However, my understanding is it's different buses on different days that may be delayed. So it's not a consistent group of students at every school that are there beyond the normal time. And the programs do need to work with a consistent group of students to get reimbursed by the state. So that is one of the factors that is considered.
Mr. Scott? Thank you, President Patrici. Is there any possibility, we have our parent centers, I believe are still open in the evenings and 3 days a week. Is there any possibility of us using our community schools like we do on a Saturday for them to be open in the evenings, providing some sort of nutritional, social, emotional, recreational, and academic support? And maybe it's after they get home after the bus, and again, it's in their neighborhood, or it's accessible to them by through walk.
So I can certainly bring that back for discussion. We haven't talked about community schools at night. We haven't considered it. So I can.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bird, you have a question?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Patrici. What's the projected timeline to bring that after-school programs. Wherever you're at right now.
I just explained that there's an alternative that we're trying to launch now, as soon as possible, so we get the CPO information back on when they can do it and what that 2-hour period will look like, virtual, Monday through Friday, and then the Saturday piece. So it's the A plus B is what we're working on right now. That's the answer to that question now. Asking the question of when can we get after school back like we had a couple of years ago, where it's 5 days a week, 2 hours a day. I don't have time for that. That'll all depend on, again, the transportation system and having enough routes and drivers to cover what we need to get the kids home in that second phase of transportation. So I don't have time for that. Get back to your question. The issue of after-school program, which I do think can be a good one virtually, is again the alternative that we're seeking to do now to try to help these CBOs to meet the requirements of their grant and provide services to our kids who really do need them. You don't argue that at all. We know that. And so that's the answer to that.
Dr. Cash, is there a way for a child waiting for an hour after school to have some type of activity for the child, instead of just sitting in the gym or in the gym?
I haven't heard that someone gives me a data about that, ASLs or any of the folks who work closely with the schools. You tell me that these kids, if they're sitting around for an amount of time across our schools, that you know that, so we can program something. If that's the case.
Okay, I will give one last question. Is, I keep hearing time and time again that it may be a danger to losing funding. I heard from stakeholders and also people within the district being burdened with the same language that we may be danger to losing funding. And school program is open, and I have to sit on this back. Is that the case now, or has that ever been the situation? I was told that we were in danger of losing funding because of not having that school programs open. One that was earmarked for that school program. Is that?
I just explained that we've been sitting down with the state and with the CBOs, but at this point in time, I don't believe that's the case.
I think you're talking about the 21st century programs. Those aren't actually our needs. The CBO school programs.
Okay. Yeah, and so we're not in jeopardy at this time based on the recent meeting with the state in losing our 21st century grant. Is that?
So the only, I don't want to misspeak, but I believe the only 21st century grant we actually have, it's not really 21st century, the Empire. And Jeff addressed that, it's going to be rolled over 1 million or $7 million. Our funding for ELT for the district fund programs comes through various sources like Title I, O&M, ARP. But the 21st century sites are through grant funded programs that CBOs hold. Those aren't actually our grants.
What about the 21st century sites that's not at the public schools? They have one that's saying Advocacy, and they operate on that. Are those still operational? Because they're not in the public schools, or are they still being utilized?
I'm not, well, I know that we can send our students to those sites, but again, those aren't our sites, so I don't have intimate knowledge of exactly. Our students can attend those sites.
So we have no knowledge of those operations, but this time right there, that's one of them.
Yeah, we're going to be, like, our students can go to a site, the community centers running it, but again, I don't have any control over what's happening at those sites because they're run by the CBO.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rivera, followed by Mr. Cozy and then Mr. Scott. Ms. Rivera?
Okay, I may have missed some of this, so I apologize if I did, but I have 2 pieces that I'd like to just bring up in general about after-school programming.
My understanding is the barrier to in-person programming is transportation, correct? Let's start all over again. So if I miss this piece, I apologize. I need to walk through something with after school program. So my understanding is that the barrier to in-person after school programming are the ELT programs in the district. Those are the ones I'm particularly referring to right now. Is transportation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. But did I hear you say that it's the second run, the run back? It's that run back home, right? With students.
Well, early and late schools is the run home, not the morning.
Yes, okay. Just, I wanted to make sure I had some clarity about that. Is there some way that we might be able to do some in-person after-school programming and use it as a way to release some of the pressure on the transportation system if we do staggered days?
I actually asked similar type of questions and that would not be the information.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you said.
Sure. I know that the transportation committee has discussed similar types of situations with different runs, but I believe that would not alleviate the issue. I don't know if,
Okay. I think what I'm hearing though is that this is probably worth some deeper discussion sooner rather than later. And I don't think we can solve everything right at this table, but it would be good if one of us could move this into a work session so we can talk about after school programming. Because there's a network of things happening here. There's in-house, there's out-house, we're working with the state, there's transportation issues, and I'm not entirely understanding everything that's involved here, and I think we need some more time. So I'm asking the board to consider putting this on the work session agenda for February, so we can discuss this in depth. I think the whole, I mean, it's all pieces together. I always think of this kind of like puzzle pieces, they're all interlocking, and so I think we have to have that in-depth conversation because I'm understanding part of it, but not enough of it.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Mr. Cozy?
So, it's been touched on a little, but I was gonna bring because working with CDOs and how, there are many CDOs that still offer programming and how, I just need to have more clarity about like how that all works, with all the CDOs that we're working with, how are we interacting? Are there missed opportunities for our students with, as has been stated, like the delays that happen in this very building? I know there's delays that happen, so you can dig into that. But I do want to bring to the table, and I know it's a generational gap, but at the same time, there's so much technology and so many things have changed. I don't know if anybody remembers, but the lighted schoolhouse was the reason that a lot of us folks, 50, survived our teenage years and our years going to high school because we went to Sedita, which wasn't Sedita back then. We went swimming before religion class across the way in the church there. And this was in the evening. Most of the schools really just opened up like the gym and maybe shop class. And I'm feeling like with the CBOs that we have in place, I don't feel like it's a stretch to just look into how we did that back in the day. But it was an intricate part of me not getting involved in other things. Back then, when other things weren't really as serious as the other things that are happening now. So I know it's, you talk to anybody from BPS from back in the day, it's lighted schoolhouses. But I'd love to see if that's a possibility and how, whether we can talk about it as a board, but I know myself, I would support that 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Cozy. Mr. Scott? Yeah, I second Dr. Vera's suggestion that we have a work session on this. And along the lines of what Ms. McCosey was saying, and with the 21st century grants, if these CBOs have the funding, have the staffing, and we know staffing has been a challenge in other areas, but if they're ready to go with this, what is stopping us from allowing them access to some of our buildings to begin these programs in the evening? Maybe it's not the same as what we had before, but they're ready to go. Let's find a way to do it. And
I know accessibility for all of our students is going to be a challenge, but I think we need to open the door to this if there's an opportunity to do so.
Dr. Evans?
Just in line with the conversation. No, we don't want to send back money, but I do think that this is an area that we need to spend more time on, even if it's, creating something twice a week, 3 times a week, etc. I know I raise boys, and so when they went to the after-school programs, they were looking for not just academic and activities, but they wanted to eat. They wanted something to eat so that, they felt good about it and with their friends, all of that. So I do think this subject is relevant and we need to further discuss it in the community. Thank you.
And I agree with all of the suggestions. The one thing that I heard with respect to the after school programs is for that small body but still significant of children who walk to their schools. Maybe able to participate because they don't need the transportation. They would be able to. Again, all the majority of our children who receive transportation, they don't walk. But thank you all for your.
Can I just say one more bottom line with this?
Sure.
This is a deputy issue. The parents who are engaged or who are going to do things with their children are going to bring the children in on Saturday. They're going to do what they're doing now. The children who need the most resources, chances are that's not going to happen. The reason it's not going to happen is because it's hasn't happened. Okay, and so this is a deputy issue in a big way. And I heard what the gentleman said. There's another piece that it has to be because it did not sound right. But this is a deputy issue. We need to get to the children that need the resources the most. And we cannot do it the way we're doing it now. And the principals seem to feel that it would be less on the bus system because many parents will automatically come and pick their children up because they want to make sure they get their child home with them so they can go home and have their evening. So that's not the issue. I just think that the reality, they're sitting here, they need to have some resources for they're sitting here. But this is about that for real. This is a true issue.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. Yes, Terrence.
Dr. Rivera was talking about bringing it to committee meetings. So right now, in the 7th day, we can review this.
One way, I would say, I don't know if I want to discuss actual date right now, I would say that we'd like to see all of our 2 work sessions in February, so we do the first or second. We'll have to see which one we can squeeze things.
It won't be squeezed, but this will be a very detailed topic. I think it's taking a long time to do the second workshop.
So exclusions of poor choice of words, whichever work session we can place it. So it's one of the 2 things. It's going to be one of the 2 things.
Okay, I'm just saying the importance of the children that's in health. And just want to make sure that it's addressed as soon as possible. My goal is as soon as possible.
It's going to be, I mean, our committee meetings are the next 2 years, so it's going to be a short period. Okay, so we are all aware that the roll call vote that I'm going to call for will just be covering items 1 through 25, items 26, A, B, and C will be considered separately. Mr. Kruger, I have a roll call vote with respect to the consent agenda. Yes, how do you vote on the consent agenda, Ms. Dalton?
Exception 23A.
Other than that, no exceptions, no exceptions. Dr. Kevin Brown.
No exceptions.
Mr. Hurd.
No exceptions.
Ms. Shea.
No exceptions.
Mrs. Posey.
No exceptions.
Dr. Rivera.
No exceptions.
Mr. Scott.
No exceptions.
Ms. Woods.
Exception 23A. Other than that, I can live with this.
All right. Board President Petrucci. Well, I'm going to say, no exceptions, contingent approval for 23.
Consent agenda passes.
Thank you very much, the board. All right, at this point, we have three separate resolutions brought forth by my fellow board members. So for each one of these resolutions, I'm going to ask the sponsoring board members to read the resolution to the record, and we'll open it up for discussion. Item 26A, resolution supporting COVID-19 emergency pay bonus to Buffalo Public School students by board member at large Terrence Bird.
So, President Patricia, at this time, just read the resolution. Okay, so that the public know that this is a revised resolution from the one that was posted on the board docs. So it states that Buffalo Public Schools resolution in support of COVID-19 emergency pay bonus to Buffalo Public School employees, January 26, 2022. This resolution is to provide a COVID-19 emergency pay bonus to Buffalo Public School employees due to the pandemic-related disruptions and staff shortages. Submitted by Terrence Miller, School Board Referral. Whereas due to COVID-19, the Buffalo Public Schools is experiencing an unprecedented labor shortage across multiple classifications of employment. Whereas, in the determination of the Buffalo Board of Education, the board payment and retention bonuses to employees will assist in retaining current employee payments and recruitment. Signing bonuses will assist in recruiting much needed new employees. And payment of the incentive bonuses to substitutes will assist in ensuring that the schools are adequately staffed during the upcoming school year. And whereas the Buffalo Public Schools has submitted a plan for the use of elementary and secondary school public school refunds, ESSER, this resolution is asking that the district to also provide a reasonable bonus amounts to employees and substitutes to address
We have Terrence Bird.
please. Continue. Employees and substitutes to address COVID-19 related disruptions and staff shortages in the Buffalo Public School districts in the state of New York. Now, therefore, it is resolved that the board declares that the following COVID-19 regional pay bonus be provided to employees using available ESSER funds and subject to any restrictions on such funds required by state or federal law and where required and agreed to by the respective bargaining agents. Number one, current employees. All full-time employees employed as of January 26, 2022 will receive a one-time COVID-19 retention bonus on February 18, 2022 in the amount of $2,000 for full-time equivalent employees. This bonus is not applicable to individuals who are not considered a permanent employee or a vendor for the purpose of this bonus. Number two, new hires. Employees who are hired by the board between January 26 and January 26, 2022 and February 18, 2022 receive a one-time COVID-19 recurring bonus in their first regularly scheduled paycheck of $500 for the full-time equivalent employees, and the one-time COVID-19 retention bonus if they work through the end of the 2022-2023 school year on June 28, 2022. Of a through the end of the school year 2021-2022. The school year on June 28, 2022, with $500 and the full-time equivalent employees. The bonus amounts will be prorated based upon the full percentage and full-time equivalent employees as employee works. These bonuses are not applicable to individuals who are not considered as a full-time employee for the purposes of the bonuses. Number 3, substitute teachers. All part-time substitute teachers who work the equivalent of 45 days between January 26, 2022 and June 23, 2022 will be paid a one-time COVID-19 incentive bonus of $500 at the end of the work week of June 24, 2022. 4, the independent contractors and volunteers are not eligible for bonuses, and employees are only eligible for 1 bonuses described herein. On this date, 26th day of January 2022, and 5, this agreement is not to be included in any prospective negotiations or ongoing negotiations between the Buffalo Board of Education and any union entity in which it negotiates. Chancellor of Buffalo Public Schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bird. Do you have any questions?
I have a question.
No, you don't get to ask a question. Thank you.
Of course not. Mr. Doherty, put it on the table.
Okay, so there's the motion. Do I have a second? And the motion is a question in a second.
Are you seconding it? You have a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so second by co-chair. Question. Ms. Rivera.
Several questions about this. First, I want to say that we want to recognize all of the. First, I want to say I want to recognize all of the significant stress and effort that every single staff member is undergoing right now for COVID-19. Our schools are in the front lines. Every member is doing serious work here. And I know that I appreciate it. I do have a variety of very in-depth questions about this because one of the things that I'm not clear on specifically is the impact on the budget, is whether or not we can use ESSER funding for these things, the amount, whether or not what we know the amount is, how we don't have bargaining agreements, and also what range of options for recognition for our employees might be available to us. I think all of this deserves further study. So as I said, with the after-school program, I'd like to refer this to committee as well, so we can get all of those answers in front of us, because it's so in-depth that we need more discussion of this, and we need more of the information in front of us. Otherwise, we may be, there's 2 options. We could be approving a resolution that is difficult to enforce and has unintended consequences down the road, which I want to make sure that we don't have. Or we could have a missed opportunity too, because of our concerns about unintended consequences down the road. So I had all of those questions. I don't need those answers tonight, but I would like to put forward for discussion potential who we missed.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Do you have any other questions regarding this resolution? Yes, Ms. Jim.
I just want to say, I think what Dr. Rivera said, I think that while the intent behind the resolution, I think that the board will fully support, and I also want to second what Dr. Rivera said as far as the board recognizing how hard it has been for staff. And I don't want this to be perceived as us not recognizing that, but as fiduciaries, we have to take into account all of the potential ramifications of something like this. And I think we need to consult with our legal counsel. I think there's a lot of things that we need to do to ensure that we're protecting the district.
Thank you very much, Board Member Jay. You know, and I will briefly, but do I support recognizing those who have worked for the district and COVID, recognizing all the hard work after? Absolutely. But I do have any questions that you guys have brought forward as well. So I do have a motion to this committee in a second. At this point, if there are no other questions, I'm going to call for a vote.
Questions, what committee are you intending to place it in, finance and operations, I assume?
I would believe the finance options because of the numbers and the impact on the district.
And, would that be next month or March, or is that the earliest opportunity?
Yeah.
All right, on that, you'd like a roll call vote on moving this to the.
If you could, please, Mr. Johnson.
Finance and Ops Committee, how do you vote on that, motion? This will be, yes. Dr. Evans Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Ms. Jacob?
Yes.
Ms. McCosy?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera? Mr. Stern?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
And Board President Patrici?
We will make it unanimous.
Thank you.
The next item is 26, the resolution for transportation reimbursement. Ms. Compton, could you please read the resolution?
Resolution for transportation reimbursement submitted by Dr. Cotton, Fair School District member, January 14th. Whereas it is a well-known fact that in the state of New York and throughout our nation, a bus driver shortage has existed for over 5 years and has increased exponentially due to COVID-19 related illnesses and concerns. And whereas despite the concerted efforts of the BPS Transportation Department, First Student, Governor Kathy Hochul, Commissioner Betty Rosa, and our legislatures, this situation has not improved. This lack of bus drivers to transport our children has created a crisis that impacts the lives of our students in the city of Buffalo, New York. And whereas the Buffalo Board of Education acknowledges that thousands of children have been affected by this shortage and recognizes the stress that parents and caretakers incur due to the lack of adequate and dependable transportation. The lack of adequate and dependent transportation has caused local bus routes, services compromised in a host of ways. Namely, late buses, no-show buses, students waiting for extended periods of time, and now with the onset of winter, students waiting in frigid temperatures, students arriving home late, parents arriving late too and leaving from work, all resulting in poor daily student attendance. Further, this fracture in transportation services interferes with children having access to a reasonable, fair, and equitable education. These uncertainties have caused the disruption of daily routine and continue to wreak havoc and interrupt the lives of hundreds of our students, parents, family, community, schools, and staff jailers. And the Buffalo Board of Education, the Buffalo Board of Education is thankfully aware that thousands of students have been affected by the driving shortage and respectfully apologizes for any inconvenience caused as a result. The Board of Education acknowledges that dependable transportation is no longer a normal process and thereby creates one more barrier that impedes children from receiving an equitable education. The crisis demands swift and immediate attention. Time is of the essence. And whereas the Buffalo Board of Education recognizes and appreciates that many parents are presently transporting their children to ensure that they attend school due to the driving shortage, we must therefore take into consideration that the city of Buffalo is listed as one of the poorest cities in America, that gas prices are at an all-time high, and that over $15 million allotted for transportation remains available from those funds that have already been set aside for this academic year. And whereas New York State Education Department Commission number 156 states, the Board of Education may contract with parents to transport their own children to and from school. Paying parents for school transportation will hopefully help reduce the number of students requiring school bus transportation. Hopefully, it will provide a dependable source of transportation. It will hopefully allow more social distancing on busing, and hopefully bring the school bus system to a more manageable number, affording opportunity for more equitable access of all students. And therefore, be resolved in an attempt to assist alleviating additional stress in the lives of our Buffalo Public Schools family and our community. The Buffalo Board of Education directs the superintendent to immediately establish a method to reimburse parents of the Buffalo Public School District. This reimbursement is for gas usage associated with transporting their students to school twice daily. This process is to commence the week of February the 5th and is to remain in effect until such time that the Board of Education, by board performance action, deemed necessary to discontinue. And therefore, be it further resolved that this opportunity is available for children who attend the Buffalo Public Schools and are only for students approved by the BPS Transportation Department via school transport with first student. Parents and caretakers who wish to participate in this opportunity by transporting their children to and from Buffalo Public Schools twice daily will be awarded gas reimbursement of $50 per week in the form of a prepaid gas card to be distributed on Friday of the said week. And respectfully, the Buffalo Board of Education requests the superintendent to establish immediately a system for Buffalo Public Schools District to purchase and distribute prepaid gas cards to Buffalo Public Schools each week, create a participating parent caretaker agreement, a signature reimbursement receipt law, and an informational letter. The informational letter, sponsored in conjunction with the Buffalo Board of Education, will encourage parents and caretakers who attend Buffalo Public Schools to participate in this unique opportunity of collaborating and strengthening trust to improve educational access and success for Buffalo Public School students. This resolution was written in an attempt to try to show our community that we recognize that there's a need for more than what we've been able to do. And that is the reason for submitting this respectfully. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. So I imagine I'm going to need a question or two. I will start with Mr. Costa from
You need to bring it up. This needs to be brought up.
Jennifer. Yes, I forgot I'm going to put it there. Sharon, I need a second. I have a second from Paul Woods. Thank you, Mr. Woods. I'm sorry for the lapse in protocol. Mr. Costa, for
Okay, so I've had some time after the last time this had come up, and I expressed the concern that now is being amplified. I have many questions where this is concerned, strictly because of our focus on equity. Talk about equity, this resolution is out there. As a parent who has had to drive my child to school many times, I have that window to do that, and then take myself to work or wherever it is I have to go. The equity piece is, we live in a district where we don't have transportation. It's the reason why we have issues is majority of our students do not have transportation or means to get to school. That's why they're so reliant on us. So if we're going to look to reimburse parents, I would like to see what the proposal is, or since this is already happening in other areas where parents are being reimbursed, what is the flip side for the parents who have to pay the Ubers and the lifts and the bus drivers and their family members and whoever it is that they lean upon in order to take their child to school because the bus didn't come? Like there has to be on this board, but we've got to look at all the parents. I understand, I appreciate, I'm not denying the fact that this is, it's a good idea and it works, but if we're going to look at an equity piece, we have to be equitable on how we reimburse parents who during those key times, Ubers and Lyfts can jump from $10 to $20 to $30 for people to take their kids to school.
and people get on these Ubers, or they lose days of work altogether, how do we reimburse the parents who are also putting in money, who are also out much money? Like, that's all I mean, that to me is something that I'd like to see, was this considered? How would we even approach that? And this is why I couldn't really put it into words without thinking it through. But I literally witnessed, someone pay almost $35 to get in an Uber and just take their child to school during the key rush hour, which is 8 to 9 in the mornings. And then same ride back, because she had to pick them up early, she paid $15. So this is all, there's much money that goes out. How are we being equitable in this resolution that's proposing a gas card for people who take their children? But we're not looking, as far as I'm seeing, unless there's something I'm missing, how are we reimbursing the other parents who are spending just as much money, and if not more so, and they're also at a disadvantage? So just based on equity issue alone, I have many questions about that.
We had addressed that, we need to talk.
Yeah. And so this is my proposal, to take it to committee. I really don't feel as though there's an absolute answer, and I'm not comfortable just siding with one side of this point. This is the parents from all walks of life have to get their kids to school, not just the ones who have transportation.
And I would second that motion to take it to committee. My look at this resolution had me thinking about accountability, and that's the part that I don't think if there's anything in this resolution that talks about how to measure, whether or not, if we are providing gas cards to parents with the expectation that they're going to be getting their kids to school, how do we measure, how do we know whether or not those parents that we're providing these gas cards for, they're actually, there is a correlation between them and their children attending school daily. I mean, if that's the purpose, and I'm not debating that that's the intent, but I mean, if we're going to be approving something like this, there has to be an accountability requirement, in my opinion. I think that, people are going to be lining up for gas cards, and then they're not going to maybe be able to get their kids to school for whatever reasons. I mean, I'm not saying it would be an intentional thing, but there would need to be some accountability on that achievement. There's nothing built into this resolution on that. How would we know, which parents are actually doing that, or how many parents are doing that, and how many kids are getting to school, and all this kind of stuff. So I just think it's very, it's not as well thought out as it would be. So I would second the motion that we take it to committee and drill down on the details. My comments are going to be very similar, and similar to my earlier comments, which is that I'm not sure what the budget impact of this would be for the amount of time, because there's no end date. Understandably so. We don't have an end date to the transportation problem. But we have a certain amount allocated for transportation. There's a couple of variables involved in that. One of the things I'm really concerned about, I'm concerned about meeting the needs of parents who can't drive their children to school, who don't have transportation, as Ms. McCosey mentioned. There are parents who drive their kids to school every day. I'm one of them. I don't think I should be eligible for a gas card. I would be driving for you anyway. Maybe driving for an entirely different reason. But what I see in this resolution that I think deserves consideration and discussion, really careful discussion, is that this is a need. This is a need that has been made clear. It is something that needs proper attention to it, because again, it's one of these things where I want to make sure that it's accessible, that it's equitable, that parents can use this, that we have an accountability system in place, that operationally we can handle it, that we don't unintentionally get into reporting requirements without, it's not that I'm against any of those things, it's simply, I don't know.
And it's too important to me to make sure that when we do something for parents and for students, and to support them, that we do it well, and we do it in a way that's accessible and equitable. And when I think about this, I also think about situations, for example, for students with disabilities. How do we handle that? How do we handle parents with children at two different schools? How do we handle, do we have an idea in advance? How are we going to handle routing around buildings also in a safe entry and safe exit? All of these things are really important to make sure that something works for our parents. So I would also recommend it to the committee rather than just doing an up and down vote, because we may have a missed opportunity if we just vote it down. And we may have a lot of unintended consequences if we just vote it up. And I'd like to see all of those things in front of us while considering. Thank you.
Terrence is going to defer, so Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown.
No, I wanted to add my 2 cents. I think it's a good thought. We have to consider what's going on now in terms of transportation. As a young mother, I think I was thinking about many times my kids are on the bus stop, and the bus never came. And they were told they would come back home. So the expectation was that I needed to take them to school. They were at different schools. And as a young mother, I could have used the gas card. It was nothing. I wasn't making that much money. And so, as Dr. Rivera said, I think it's worthy of consideration, and I'm passionate about doing more at the community.
So last week, January 21st, I submitted questions on the resolution. I haven't received responses. I'm going to read these so that the public is aware of my concern and questions that are unanswered. Under the third whereas, I indicated the last update from the Director of Transportation to the board showed considerable improvement in routes covered and times that students are arriving to and returning from school. We know that Omicron and with the winter weather has had an impact on this progress, and I feel an update from the Director of Transportation should more objectively inform us before we act on another action. Under the fourth whereas, I submitted a question in regards to some risk of liability in regards to the way that is written. Under number 5, the fifth whereas, do we know how many parents are providing their own transportation and are only doing so as a result of bus driver shortage? Do we know how many parents would transport their children as a result of this potential incentive? Additionally, who are the current and potential families providing their own transportation and their socioeconomic backgrounds? Without having hard data on these variables, we cannot know what, if any, impact this incentive will have in resolving the crisis and how it will not further exacerbate inequity. Paying parents who are already providing their own transportation and have the means to do so does not appear to be an equitable solution citywide. Paying parents that are already doing this will not alleviate current strains with busing. Under the sixth whereas, we can't hope that this will mitigate the problems. We need evidence that it will. Without the known variables above, we cannot even hope for such. The suggestion of spacing out more students is an unrealistic aspiration. If we optimistically assume you have 3 more students per bus that are now being transported by parents, this does not produce additional spacing for all students on the bus. The only way you can provide additional spacing on a bus is for them to be at half capacity. And doing this will only require the need for more drivers and more buses. It's counterproductive. Lastly, how much will this cost? How will it be funded? What is our liability? What will be needed to manage it and protect against liability and fraud? And based on the lack of
information from my questions, is my conclusion that the assumptions made in this resolution are purely speculative.
Ms. Woods? Okay. Transportation issues have been taken piece by piece by piece. Because you can't chew the whole elephant in one bite, it's not an excuse to do nothing. To start to address the problem and take some action that addresses what we have been clearly experiencing. 800 to 1,000 children standing on bus stops in sub-degree weather. And I don't have favorite children, they're children. All I'm saying to you is, this is a problem. We ask the transportation group share with you as much as possible. They're doing everything they can. They put out bonuses. They got $20 an hour out there. They can't solve the problem alone. Every time a suggestion is made, there are always a bunch of questions about, is it equitable? Have you thought of everything? There's 20,000 reasons why we could do nothing forever. Well, I have parents that they're talking to Joe over this morning. I have 5 kids. Children who went on that bus, stood out in the corner, and you, Buffalo Public Schools, knew there was no bus for them. You knew it. My children are getting frostbite. For me, that's unconscionable. For those 800 to 1,000 parents that come and call me and say simply, why do you have to do at the last minute, every day, you call me and say, oh, now there's no bus for your child. I might be able to rerun the bus in 40 minutes, but the bottom line is you asked me, the parent, to take my child to school. Now I have my job jeopardized because Buffalo Public School System will not give me, the parent, the courtesy of coming up with a management solution that is not last minute and daily. If you're going to require me, the parent, to solve the problem and take my child to school, don't do it every day at the last minute. Don't have me leave my job at 3 or 4 months. I'm tired of this. I'm just giving you feedback from reality. So let's go with reality. 800 children to 1,000 children. 40 to 54 buses are not available. You can get that up. They call and ask for those. We should be receiving a report every month saying, and you read the misery that the parents are dealing with. I feel it is very irresponsible of us not to take a management approach. And the people who are making $140,000, not the $15,000 board members, should be coming up with and say very simply, hey, I can do this survey and send it out to the parents. And the parents can sign up and say, I will solve this, help you solve this problem with you. I will sign up for the rest of the season, school year, to take my child, because we can't afford back and forth. So the parent says, I will take 800 children off of the bus system and downside it for you. And I will send it a form so you can
see, here's the date, a piece of paper, 1 through 30. I took my child to school, and you just mailed them this gas reimbursement because they can't do it free, and we do have the resources, and we can't claim we can't afford to do it. I like the KISS system. Keep it simple, student. As simple as it gets, a piece of paper, the parent surveys and says, yes, I'm doing it, I will do this, I will send you the form in, I take my child, we purchase the gas cards, and we mail them with receipt accountability. Yes, the kid got to school, and the parent took them, send them a $50 card, show some respect to our parents. For me, it is not an issue, can I solve everything? Can I answer every question? What I am saying is, for those 800 children who are out there getting frostbite, it will make a difference. For those 800 to 1,000 parents who are saying you're disrupting my life and jeopardizing my job, it will make a difference. No, I can't solve every problem. But I can respect 800 students and not jeopardize their life and their safety and their health by putting them out here another day on a bus stop with mountains of snow. They can't even see them. There's a parent getting aggravated and they're calling. And I'm not going to be bored member, all you guys are responsive. You're getting the same calls I get. But a piecemeal, everyday crisis is not a crisis anymore. It's irresponsible not to take a management approach and at least start. This is a start. It shows respect to those children and their safety. It shows respect to those parents. And it shows we have some degree of willingness to try management. Every day you can't keep doing the same thing. And take the parent, you are the solution. Now, come on, people, let's get real here. This is just a start, and I don't care if it doesn't take off and solve problems for 40 buses or all 50 buses. I'm saying this is an issue of child safety, respect for our parents, and us showing some willingness to collaborate with our community and to do something and do a start. Everything seems impossible until you start. That's quote mess and then done. Now let's start. This resolution is a start. It doesn't answer everything. But you and I and all our brilliance here, we are here for the students and parents first. We care about these kids. Now let's start acting like it. Let's give a directive to our employee with his brilliance and his wonderful staff to make this happen. And if it does nothing else, then help 800 kids get off the corner and 1,000 parents stop calling me. I got 5 years and I don't know what to do. And a parent calling me, I'm trying to make up for these days the buses don't show. I want my kids to have 100% of attendance. This resolution is a start, and I think we have a moral responsibility and obligation to our parents to pass this resolution and get started. Stop procrastinating, throwing up your hands, and I can't. Success comes in cans. Can do. This can do.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Mr. Cozy, one question, Mr. Hurd, myself, and Chair. So, Mr. Cozy?
Oh, I don't have a question. So what in this elongated explanation, what you proved repeatedly was that there is an equity issue. This is not about an elephant and one particular piece of the resolution was presented with, here's the start, we can do this, but we also recognize this. I would have been a little more moved. It has not been recognized in the resolution, in any of the solutions, and this is why I'd like to take it to committee, because I'm not completely dismissing the gas card. I don't agree appreciate being called stupid. I'm gonna put that.
No, that's.
I'm also, my turn, I really got quiet while you were speaking.
No, I said.
I appreciate your passion, but I really feel as though we talk about equity all the time, and when you look at biting an elephant and that scenario, instead of looking at it like band-aiding a situation, when we have monies that are coming in, the opportunity to make this real, when we look at the fact that you're putting the scenario of children who are out there, their parents have the vehicles to remove them from that place. Parents who do not have the vehicles, and I'm speaking as someone who didn't have the means to take children, with three, not one, not two, but three kids, two in different schools, taking them on buses, multiple buses to get to this school from Walden and Bailey. And if this happened back then to me, I'm not going to benefit from a gas card. I still have to pay and bring my child and children to their schools. And I'm going to miss a day of work. All of the relevant things you are saying is happening on the other side of the coin. If that is addressed in the work session, that there is also 800 to 1,000 of those parents and those students are coming from homes with no transportation. A gas card and just taking this and working on it now, and let's just work on it, we would be more than incompetent to not even address the fact that there is other parents, other caregivers in a scenario where everyone is supposed to be equitable. We have been focusing on equity, and I'm actually being on this board as long as I have. I respect this. I respect this resolution. It is how I go about everything. But you cannot just attempt to bring one particular group of parents and caregivers to the table and not consider there are others who will not benefit until we figure it out. So while we're making sure that we're chomping at this bit, we have other parents who are not benefiting, and on those children, if you eliminate however many, are the ones sitting on that corner. And then they either miss school, or their parents miss work, and they're catching buses, and they're paying family members, and they're paying Ubers and Lyfts, and none of that is going to be reimbursed, looked at, or benefited according to this resolution, because it's not even addressed. I'm asking to take it to committee. I have not completely dismissed it, and I did not completely dismiss something I'm not very passionate about. I want to take it to committee to see how we can incorporate everyone at the table. Band-aiding is what we're looking at here. And band-aiding one particular group of people as opposed to looking at, okay, this is an option, and we are also looking at what's happening across the board. There is no conversation about the have-nots when it comes to transportation. And I need for that to be included in this resolution and in the conversation. And I feel the passion, but I will not sit by and accept the fact that we'll get to it when we get to it, but let's do this right now. That's not how we're supposed to work. That's not equity. That's not what we signed up for. And that's not going to benefit the parents who do not have to even benefit from this gas card. So that's what I'm proposing.
I just want to point out that it is very disingenuous to use the word equity to deprive 800 parents of saving for the children. I just don't understand what part of these, if you remove 800 children off the buses, that starts the process. My children are not rich children. They're not blue children, green children, or whatever children. They're all children. Equity does not mean that you don't start to address the problem because, oh, that parent has a car, so it's not equitable. I've never heard anybody using equity to condemn children to stand on the bus stop because, oh, your parent has a car and they don't deserve to get a solution until we can find every doctor and everybody else. I just never seen it that way. And I can call anybody stupid. I said
the KISS system is a management term that people in management say. The KISS system is to make it the simplest system that you can so that everybody can benefit from it and not be confused by it. So it's not saying any person. KISS system says keep it simple, stupid. And it's not addressing anybody, it's stupid. That's a management system.
Thank you, Paul. So now let's try and make sure we recognize each other, be respectful here. Terrence, the floor is yours.
Well, I think some of my comments were a little confused, so I'd like to clarify something. Putting something to committee is not saying no. It's not saying no. And it's not saying no, we're not going to get it done. The goal is to make sure that we have a mandate that works. And if we choose, so there's also a couple of things. So there's a few procedural things. Ms. Woods is mentioning the survey. It's not mentioned in here. Maybe it needs to be. Maybe that needs to be in here so we can address the right thing. My concern is making sure that this works. It has to work. Because just as you said most passionately, you gotta make sure it works because the stakes are very high. And there's not, these answers have to happen. And so pushing a management approach, you're absolutely correct. That's what management needs to do. Management needs to do it on data and make sure it's feasible. Because otherwise we're holding out hope to parents who have been just unbelievably stressed right now. And they're extended, and between the weather and between the delays and the demands being placed on us, constantly shifting goals and constantly shifting needs, and just there's a lot going on right now that I don't want to see a situation where we pass something and we can't make it happen. If we can't make it happen, it's not criminal. It's not going to solve the problem. So I wanted to make sure I'm a little confused about the equation of putting it to committee with a no, because what I'm seeing is it's not to really get into these issues and be sure.
Mr. Herbert.
Thank you, President Susan. Thank you for the comments and concerns with this resolution. So it looks like we already have 5 board members that setting up this little committee, and the best part about it is that no one has said no. So there is room for improvement, but I'd also like to say that I'm not going to be wrong, but I want to say that sometimes we act too slow. Sometimes the situation arises that we need to act immediately on, and acting slow could result in a harmful situation in this case. If you look at the temperature the last 2 weeks in the morning in Buffalo, it's been below 0 degrees, wind chill factor. Below 0. I don't know how long you guys has been outside, with your age, weather, inclement weather, but children are standing outside right down the street. It can be 9:15 in the morning, and we see kids that are out there from 6 o'clock in the morning. So sometimes we act too slow, and we have a resolution in front of us that can be voted on tonight, and also can be altered in the next board meeting. We can vote on this tonight, give this approval, and then later on we can make amendments and changes in this resolution to fit whatever course it's going to take. It's the reason why cities like Philadelphia, Baltimore, Delaware, Chicago, and Wilmington adopted this program, because they felt that it was a hardship for families and kids, and they have a bus shortage just like we have, and it's a hardship for those families. Now, I really think that this has been tied up because of the group that presented it to the board and who stated it.
And that encourages bias and malice. And that's something that I didn't take over for. I think we have a civil responsibility to act on this evening, and then we can take it to committee later and see what changes need to be made. It's so many different things. We talk about movement, this is inequality issue. Everybody's quite sure of that. But you guys are not talking to these kids in these programs. You're not at the schools talking to these children. You're not on Zooms talking to the children and talking about the things that they go through in the morning or coming home from school, how tired they are, that they can study and they get home because the time they get home. The parents' frustrations that they have trying to get to work on time, waiting on lessons. So you guys, I know some of you guys are taking phone calls, but this reflects in the students also and their ability to learn and to go to school and want to go to school. School must be a joyful atmosphere for children, and they want the hardships they need to get there, and that's something that we can help tonight. We got kids that are being held in detention for coming to school late. And then they got to stay after school for detention because they get victimized because they came to school late. And some of these kids don't have to start on first period or number one lesson. You know, these are any groups that we talk to, what kids are saying. So we got to hear what the kids saying, hear kid voices. And this is the time we can take a proactive approach to try to resolve this problem. And like I said, we can go to them now and work on them later. Later on, we can work on how ours going to be distributed. We can work on the things about over and left and the challenges there. We can work on things like the national shortage, bus driver shortage, and whether bus drivers have identified or coping symptoms, and they can't come that day. And our administrative staff here is scrambling around trying to find routes for these children standing outside. It's a hassle. I know it's a hassle. I know that they're working overtime, coming in early and staying late to try to get these done. So we can alleviate some of those problems by voting on this and making a rational decision right now, and later on making amendments that can address this. So I'm going to close off now, but it's the reason why I was going to send documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. So I just want to make a few comments before I turn back over to Chip. So as someone who served on the transportation committee, I can tell you that we have dealt with so many different options. And every option that has been discussed here, we explored. We have lobbied successfully to have the bus drivers test change so that they don't have to identify all the vehicle parts anymore. So it's supposed to expedite things. We haven't seen the improvements yet. We've offered increased pay. We haven't seen improvements yet. We've offered signing bonuses. You know, we've had a modest increase, but not as much as we would really like. We have explored like Uber and Lyft, and then we have problems or a taxi cab or a van service, and we really have, because those present other price problems, not only cabs, but supervision, how it's going to work, because there are other school districts that have employed cab services or services along those lines also. The problem is that we still have this core issue of transportation, and it surrounds our special needs students in particular, and buses that don't come when they're supposed to. And it is consistent, because I know that I get phone calls, and I imagine many of you do. So there are things in this resolution that I like a lot. The consistency. Discussion made earlier that there will be some big-hearted parents that will opt out and accept it. They're very well maybe. But trying to come up, and I don't want to take anything off the table to address transportation going forward, because it has been consistent, and we keep trying to tackle it, and we have to come up with one good solution, and there may not be one, there may be multiple, they require multiple solutions. The other thing that I'm always cognizant is, as always, even though we hear assurances that we have lots of dollars, but cost always comes, but isn't the direct cost, oftentimes it's the indirect cost. You know, staff, when it takes operational hours and the monitoring and making sure that you have some type of auditing so that you know that things are going properly. All those things that come along also. That's fine. Because I don't, as a board member, as your president, I do not want to put something forward that's going to fail. And And that's the one thing that I'm very cautious, just cautious. Not that I'm just kind of explaining the way it is. It's just cautious because I want to make sure that we have a successful rollout. I want to make sure that any program we put forward is successful to the parents, to the families, to the district, to everyone. And that's part of, that's always part of my concerns as we go forward. Is always those, making sure we have a successful rollout, making sure we do make sure the pieces in place to have successful rollout. And again, I do not, and I'm not discounting the validity of this resolution, not by any means, because it has occurred in other cities. And when we look at what happened in other cities as well, I don't want to keep into what happened in other cities, but it has occurred and has worked in other cities as well. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Common. It's her resolution. I know that she would like to respond to any concerns that we have.
Absolutely. Thank you for your responses. I knew in advance when I wrote this resolution it was going to be criticized. I knew that in advance that people who had cars and could take their kids and grandkids to school was going to have a problem with somebody getting the gas card. I already knew all this was going to come. I thought. When I talked to people called me up, it was interesting that everybody was for this resolution, except certain people that are associated with our district. I was told that it was vehemently opposed by certain people. Let me explain something, and maybe we need to write down what equity is, because I started the conversation with equity 10 years ago. And I'm going to say it twice, because I want to make sure you understand what equity is. Equity is achieved when all students receive the resources they need so they graduate prepared for success. I'm going to say it again. Equity is achieved when all students receive the resources they need so they graduate for success. When I started to write this, I went to transportation people at 2 non-taught schools. The people who are on the ground level here, the people who manage the buses every day, who have to stay till 6 or 7 o'clock until those kids are on those buses. Okay, we talk about the extra costs that are associated with this. They make it already in overtime. Okay. And I asked them, do you think it's a good idea to do this? And what ideas do you have if we were to be able to come up with a system that would work for parents? This is what was presented to you. It was that there would be an agreement that would be designed by legal. There would be a participating parent, caretaker. They gave me this. This is their ideas. I just put them down, okay? They said that there should be a law that would be created, that they could get the signatures, and they would receive the money once a month on the card, once a week, and that there should be a letter clearly stating what's involved. One day we took it home and thought about it, called me back with a couple of other ideas. I took it into consideration and I asked them, is this a good idea or a bad idea? They all said it's a great idea, Mrs. Cotton, as long as they can come and get their children and take them to and from school every day. So then I got on the phone with my insurance company because I wanted to be clear of the liability. It was clear that if we gave them cash money, that the district would have liabilities. But if we gave them reimbursement money for a service that they had already performed, that there would not be any liability to the district. And it falls on the carpool, where ride sharing is your Uber and your Lyft, etc. Then I took it one more step. I reached out to several principals because ultimately they may be responsible for this. And they said this, Mrs. Coleman, anything to get our kids to school, if it only takes, 3 of them said this, if it only impacts one child, you guys need to do it. Because our children are not coming to school. So for people who are sitting here who have the ability to transport our children anywhere, it's a sad day when we start using equity against children. First of all, me being able to afford to be able to put gas in my car, I would probably be a parent that never would have even taken a gas car. Because my attitude would have been somebody else who could use it. So I'm good, I can do that. But the bottom line is that we don't have anything that's working right now. And as you sit here as a board, and you want to talk about every time somebody come up with an idea of running into a committee, you had a chance as board members to add anything you wanted to this. You could have added it if you had concerns about this, you could have put it in there. I opened it up. I asked you to co-sponsor. Okay? So today, sitting at this table, if you wanted to say, I like this, but I think we need to add this, this is the time to do it. Okay? Not sitting here, killing the message, and God knows why, when we have a problem. Send it to the committee, everything is sent to the committee. Meanwhile, children are freezing. I dare any of you to go stand on the bus that little boy stood that woman who was on TV last night, or the article that I sent you earlier in the week. I dare any of you to stand out there for as long as that child stood out there trying to get you an education. So yes, our parents are very resourceful. You know why I know they're resourceful? Because if they want to get some sneakers, their hamburgers, they'll get the sneakers if they have to get a ride to get to them. If they are serious about getting their kids to school, they will make sure that their kids get to school that they can at least have gas money. Gas is very expensive. And I'm going to tell you something else I noticed about gas. Whatever they're putting in it is burning faster than ever before. I don't know what's going on, but it's burning faster than ever. So I just want to address a couple of things that were brought up in addition to that. Okay? When you talk about accountability, we are accountable for that child when that child leaves that house until they get back home from school. So if a kid is frostbite, standing on a bus that doesn't come, guess what? We're responsible for that. Okay, so we are accountable to make sure that children get to school. So you want to find fault, it's always kill the message, instead of how do I make it move to the next level, okay? In addition to that, okay, you've got to start somewhere. You have got to give these people hope. This is what this is about. You have got to make sure. So in the parent agreement would be outlined, and it would tell you how many times or what the percentage the child has to be as far as attendance. That would be in your parent agreement, okay? And in addition to that, what one of the workers said to me, she said, Mrs. Coleman, I want to thank you for this. She said, because we have been fighting with this all year long, and no one has come up with a solution to help us. We had 3 buses, and I had to stay here, and I had to call 100 parents to come and get their children because the buses did not show up. It was not going to show up. So when you talk about opportunity and access to education and equity, I'm going to tell you one more time, equity is achieved when all students receive the resources they need so that they can graduate prepared for success. You want to say because a parent does not have a car, and a parent does have a car, that it's unequitable. What's unequitable is the child standing out there on a bus for a bus that never comes. Okay, it's unequitable for a child not to be able to get to school to benefit from the resources that the school is providing. These children come in at 11 o'clock, everybody didn't have breakfast. They've been standing on the corner trying to get breakfast. The woman called me the other day, 10:15. Mrs. Cotton, this bus was supposed to be here 8 o'clock. It's 10:15 and the bus is just getting here. And we're cold, Mrs. Cotton. So give people an opportunity to do better for themselves. Stop sitting up here finding fault for not moving forward. Okay, stop making it about sharing cotton. This is not about sharing cotton. Sharon Cotton will get in a bus in her car and take neighborhood kids on cold days to school and sit there and then have to sit when the doors are not open on the sub-zero days. If my grandkids need a ride to school, I will get up and take my grandkids to school just like you will yours. But you have cars, other people don't. Don't deny people the opportunity to get access to education. That's what this is about. And that's all it's about. So find fault all you want, complain, do whatever you want, try to justify anything you want, make it personal. Because it's not. This is about moving forward. This district sending a message out today saying, yes, we approve it. We don't know if it's going to work, but damn it, you sure can't blame us for trying. And that's what we're planning for, because we have not fixed this problem. This isn't a new idea. It started back in September, end of September. October 5th, I think, is the first email that went out about doing something like this. So what I feel about it is it needs to be voted up, or it needs to be voted down today. But one thing it does not need to do is go back to committee, because there are children that are standing on the corner who are freezing every day. There are children who are not coming to school because they don't have access to education. Look at our data dashboard. Speak for itself. I wonder if you've taken the time to look at it. I wonder if you've taken the time to look at our data dashboard for attendance. So make it personal if you want. It is not about me. It is about children standing on the corner in the cold. Education, equity is achieved when all students receive the resources they need. And if my mama don't have a car and your mama do, under carpooling, your mama may be able to take me to school. But if my mama don't have a car and your mama do, your mama gets you to school, then the bus can come and get me to take me. Thank you.
So wait, one second. I just want to say one thing because I have to clarify. So just to be clear, Sharon, that if we don't agree to pass this today, you're pulling this resolution.
I'm not pulling it. I'm not voting now. It's time.
But no, it's not clear.
It's time.
Is that what you said?
It's no, I did not say it.
It's the will of the majority of the board.
No, I did not say
Let me
it.
finish. If it's the will of the majority of the board to send this to committee, are you saying you're pulling this resolution?
What I'm saying is what I said. I want to vote it up or down. Up or down. I want the public to know who's sitting at this table. I think something outside.
You're trying to bully us into something you claim you believe in, but if we don't agree with you, you're going to pull. Just to be clear.
Where's the resolution you vote for this solution? Where's the resolution you vote for? Where's the resolution anybody vote for?
Sure.
Always find the solution. I'm saying.
Can I just state one thing?
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Over and over again, we've been hearing one scenario of children who are freezing. All children are freezing. Everybody is freezing. The resolution is about the cost of a gas pump. I simply asked to bring it to committee so we can also talk about the cost of other ways that kids are getting back and forth to school. It's not just every scenario you brought up is reflective of every child. This is not just the parents with cars. It's listed every way you want. But the reason I did not vote it down is because all the other cities that are doing it, what was the alternative? What was any type of concentration on parents who didn't have vehicles? Was there an alternative move? I did not vote this down. I did not say it was a bad idea. I said equitably, because all children are out there, what are we going to do? Because this does not reflect, not even in conversation, not even, I know we're taking a bite out of this, but this. It has to at least reflect, which is why I want to go to committee, how we're going to move forward if this passes to address other people who are also spending money. This is about the cost. This has been turned into, apparently, I don't know if it's directed at me or whatever, because it's not a personal thing, but you either care about kids on the corner or you don't. And being told that, I don't know about you, but I don't know. Every single one of us speaks to parents. Every single one of us talks to the children.
of the gas card to give to people as reimbursement because they need to be reimbursed for taking their children. My simple statement is, how are we reimbursing the other parents who are also spending money to take their kids to school? Period. If you put it into the resolution that you're going to address all parents in the committee, then that's something I might agree on. And I would have voted this down if I thought it was a bad idea. But if you go back to the actual resolution on the table and not trying to put forth, which every single one of the comments are literally reflective of every child, whether their parent drives them or not. Transportation is an issue across this country. We are literally hearing from our own president how many different options have been on the table. We are continuously being blamed for a nationwide issue. I understand this is a possible solution, but include in at least the narrative of what you're putting forth that all children that are on those corners freezing, there might be some sort of reimbursement for how anybody gets their child to school. When kids are coming in at 10 and 15 because their parents drive them, imagine how late they are if they have to catch 2 buses. We need to look at all scenarios. It is our job. We are fiduciary people who are supposed to be looking at every single piece of the money we're throwing, and we are not looking at everybody's situation. This is not an issue of who cares more and who doesn't. It's literally include the narrative of all parents so that people do not feel left out. That is it. That is it, point blank period. To turn it into all this other stuff, to point fingers, to start talking about who talks to people and who doesn't, it's completely irrelevant. Again, let me reiterate, because it seems to be getting lost. I need a Webster's dictionary version of definitions. Literally, whether or not we spend money on people who bring their children to school, how are we also dealing with the people who are spending money to bring their children to school, with or without a vehicle? Just put a game plan. We are going to look into this, something along those lines in this resolution, because as of right now, it's not even being addressed. When we have a district that is more than 2/3 do not have public transportation. That's all I'm asking. That is all I'm asking.
Thank you, Mr. Bowles.
So, sure, but why don't we go ahead and sure. Can I just do the cost estimate?
Just 1 second. Yeah. So our business is about getting all of our children to school. We have to get all of our children to school. And we have to get all of our children to school in a timely manner so they can avail themselves of all the great things that are happening in public schools. It needs to be for all children. Karen, to your point.
So, this resolution is the resolution that I wrote for parents who want to exercise the opportunity to bring their children to school and be reimbursed. There's nothing in there. But let's just say that let's say 33,000 parents decided not to use the transportation system, and for the next 20 weeks got $50. Okay, that would be $1,000 per family, and 33,000 families would be $3.3 million. Currently sitting in our transportation budget is much more than that. It's listed in the resolution. Now, if someone else at this table wants to write a resolution that wants to get the board involved in the weeds of talking about ride sharing, then they can. The carpooling piece allows the neighbor to take their child. If you want to let your child take a child, I agree with this plan. That's your responsibility. So the bottom line is there's no excuse for not moving forward on this baby. Because this is something that can be fixed with whatever. Okay, if you do it, if you can only do it for 2 months and see how it works, at least you tried. But we can't continue to sit here and watch night after night, parents on the news stories being written about children not getting to school, and as a board, not take ownership of them. That's the bottom line.
So, any other point? Any Terrence?
Okay. Scott, I appreciate your due diligence. I really like to hear that you work with transportation coordinators because I wasn't clear here. So I have a few questions along these lines. Since you want to open it up, let's do that. That's a good thing. So in the participating parent caretaker agreement, who is eligible to sign? I'm sorry. In the participating parent caretaker agreement, who would be eligible to sign? The participating parent or the parent. So in a situation where the parent isn't taking the child to school, would that affect the fact that this is a reimbursement? This is intended to be a reimbursement rather than a gift. This is not a gift. Right, that's what I'm saying. So, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not being clear. I'll go ahead and work on being clearer. So, if the participating parent signs the agreement, right, and then decides to have someone else take that child to school, how would that affect the status of the gift card given to the original parent, since they're not incurring that mileage? Do we need to report that? Is that a part of our reporting obligations?
I'm not sure, I'm not the attorney, nor am I the financial accounting person.
Right.
But I believe that in the participating agreement, caretaker agreement, that the district will take the time to make sure that all legal liabilities for exposures are exposed, and that if there are, my understanding is that there are no tax ramifications because it's a reimbursement, it's not a gift.
That's correct. That's what I'm trying to get at. We need to make sure that we have that trail together so we know that it's a reimbursement.
Yes.
So then so in order to be sure that would parents need to report mileage?
I'm sorry.
Would parents need to report mileage?
No.
To attest to the fact that they are reimbursement to taking them to and from school rather than, but then how would that still be reimbursement instead of a gift?
Our agreement is, if you bring your child each day, you get $10. Now, in the agreement, okay, does it say that if your child has the district rights, and it say that you have to have an agreement that says 5 days out of the week you get $50. If you don't bring your child to school, then the agreement should be outlined. In the agreement, it will be outlined. What the program, who, what, where, why, when, and how would be outlined in the agreement.
Okay, so then, would it apply the same way, for parents? Would parents get $50 if they're taking their children to and from school? How would we manage parents who want to take children, say, to school, but not?
That's not those parents.
You have to contract for 2 of them.
Yes, that's what
That wasn't clear.
Yes.
So then, the next question I have along those lines is, are we able to use transportation funds to reimburse mileage for parents?
If we can't use transportation funds, we certainly have ESSER funds that we can use.
Do you know what the financial liability and impact on our programming?
I do not know, but I can tell you this much. Once the agreement is put together, what I've been told, I called Chicago, I've spoken to people at the Council of Great City Schools. What I've been told is that it works, okay, it works for them. Okay,
Can you give me some details about how it worked for them? Because they may very well address some questions here.
well, no, I can't, but I can direct you where you can find it. Because let me explain what's going on here, okay? Let me explain what's really going on here, okay? We have a problem. And either we're going to try to solve or we're not. That's how I learned it for
this. I want to make sure this kind of thing works.
But let me explain something. If you only do it for a pilot that's 2 months, okay, if you only try it for 2 months, at least you did, this board did do something, okay? Because as it stands right now, you have people who are bringing their children to school, and we have a bus company and a budget that currently has money sitting there. So I don't know the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3, but I can tell you this much. We pay enough money for these people here, that if the board directs them, they should be able to come back and tell us.
So that's
That's what you're supposed to do.
So then here's my confusion job. You see, I'm sorry if there's a misunderstanding of this. Going to committee is not no. It's definitely not no. It's working out and having the district work out what this ramification will be, because I'm sorry if the questions concerned. I don't expect you to have every single answer to this. Because you can't. Nobody can. We need to have all the information and the data at our fingertips. And so that's part of why committee was important to me. But I'm a little concerned that some of the board members here seem to think that if something goes to committee, it means it doesn't get acted on.
Well, honey, I'm talking about how cold it is. See, when you talk about putting this off another 10 days, another 14 days, or whatever.
So I would expect, if this hasn't been worked out and the agreement hasn't been drafted and these pieces haven't been worked out, can we really get it done next week?
Well, let me help you understand what I said. I expect when this is presented on the 14th, that the legal minds and the financial minds.
I didn't get an answer today.
No.
I literally just read it to you all.
Let me explain now. If you thought I was going to allow you to have me do additional work in addition to the work I'm doing, that's what the table was supposed to.
I do not expect you.
Oh, I didn't know what you were expecting.
I don't expect that at all.
But
What I'm saying is, I did ask these questions in advance, and they do need to be answered.
Right, I understand that, but understand this. When I put it out on the 14th, and you asked your questions, and they didn't answer, that's because the message was, we don't want to move forward with this. That was sent down.
Right, just why
No, not from this board, not from this board. The message wasn't sent from this board.
No, I have said.
But surely I'm sure problems surrounding it happened in regards to it. So when I put together a resolution, I make the call. Do you think this is a good idea, legal? I think it has to be, you can take a look at it. That's all I need. Because of the resolution, it's not my responsibility to dot every I and cross every T.
It is not.
It is not.
Yeah, so when we, so that's not my expectation.
But if I'd been told it was a bad idea, I would not have submitted it.
But so the idea is, in the committee, that's when we compel that information to come our way. And that's the piece that I think is really important. Because we can't do this at this table now, and there was no mechanism to do it beforehand.
Terrace and Kathy.
As I said earlier, I believe that we can thank Mr. excuse me, and we can make revisions at a later time. I just have one question to share, referring to this, is what's the plan for multiple children?
Pardon?
A parent who has multiple children.
That's the parent's responsibility. So if you want to say, what is the school's responsibility as well?
No, far as paying them, if they got multiple children, is it gonna be?
What do you think it should be?
I didn't see it in the resolution, so I'm just asking.
No, but I'm saying, this is a working document. What do you think we should do in that situation?
Well, if they go to the same school, it should be one gas card.
Okay, same school, one gas. All right.
Okay, if they go to different schools, that's what I was asking, what your opinion was about that.
It's a working document.
This board has in the past, when we had an issue with the Section 6, wrote a resolution and passed it the same day at City Hall a year and a half ago. It was done, and I believe Dr. Cass is the first time we've ever seen that done before. And we have patience and ability to work with one another. It's something that we can try to accomplish this evening. And if not, it's going to continue to be bickering back and forth. A committee is just going to be a longer date out, and our children are still going to be faced with the same issues and problems. I give reports all the time that buildings are half full, and that children are not coming to school. And you look at the dashboard, it reflects some of that data about absentees. But this could be some way we can try to help rectify that problem immediately. We can work together this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Hurd, I appreciate that. I would think that we would pass this and that we would bring
the forms, the participating parent caretaker agreement to committee so that the board can iron it out and be comfortable with it. That the signature, and I can go back to the people who suggested this because they had plenty of ideas and we don't have any. And the signature reimbursement receipt law, they can tell us how they would like that as well. They really be willing to even come down and even share because they would be so privileged to feel that you would think enough of that, of the board would think enough that a transportation clerk could try to solve the problems, to help solve the problems for the district. So not doing anything is unacceptable. And moving it to committee, because maybe you need time to go over it, all we need to do at this point is either approve it and take it to committee to iron out the rest of the process. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, Ms. Cotman. And then the last. Kathy.
I just also wanted to add that it's a resolution that does start somewhere with the transportation issue. And my thinking is when we talk about taking it to the committee, we are the board members, and so we wouldn't be able to hash all this out anyway because we don't have the knowledge, to come up with the prerequisites necessary. It would be the district, right? That would hash all that out. What we could do, I'm thinking at the committee, is come up with, receipt law, information letter, et cetera. But I think the district really would be the folks that would fill the gap in terms of the dollars, for example, and the fill in the gap. We don't have that strictly to that information. So I think the resolution is good. It needs to be tweaked, and it needs something else. But the resolution, as far as in my opinion, is a good one.
Last comment, Larry.
Thank you, President Petruzzi. So I just want to remind everybody this past summer, I drafted a resolution on gun violence because kids were dying because of gun violence. We had escalation in gun violence. There was no urgency to act on that resolution by the author of this resolution, who insisted that we form a committee and then have a discussion with that committee to come back with the resolution. I had a one-on-one conversation with the author of this resolution to address questions and concerns, made changes to the resolution before I brought it up the first time, and then there was further tweaks from there. With that said, I just want to, we have a motion to take this to committee. We have a second. I believe that is the best course of action. If we have a second to that motion.
Motion by
Mr. Kuzma?
Yeah, I recall a motion to recommend.
So if we really want to have a robust discussion about making this work, we should take it to committee. If we want to just vote it down, then we really don't care about this resolution and the substance of it and trying to address the problem that we had. So I am calling for the vote on taking this to committee.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Yes, Dr. Cash, your final comment, then we'll.
Colleagues, I've been listening to the discussion. It's a board resolution, your discussion. But in all board resolutions that I've ever seen, at the end, they have a therefore be it resolved. And you usually direct the superintendent to execute the resolution. And what's been glaringly absent from this discussion is asking me anything about it. Anything about it. And I'm the one that has to execute your resolutions. So if you want to get educated about the inaccuracies in this resolution, and about the many concerns that I and staff have about this resolution, then the least thing you can do is go to committee, let me send you information a week ahead of time, which I have 5 pages of it, and then you can look at this, you can see whether this is something that you should do as a board and take that awful risk of putting this district at risk and having the situation of it could be a gift, it could be illegal, it could be not approved by the State Department of Education and the Budget Department and the Governor's Office and all of it. And we may have to go to BFSA, and we may have to go to other authorities just to see if this cuts mustard. But you haven't even asked me. And I'm the one that would have to execute it. So at the very least, I respectfully ask that if you want to do it, if you want it to even have a chance to be done, then you take it to committee. Let's have a robust discussion about it. Doesn't mean that it'll be no, but it also doesn't mean that it'll be yes. We may see where we can get to. But to force and tell us that we gotta vote up or down now, when we didn't vote up or down on gun violence, and that's going on every day? Every day? You understand? Get the balance into the discussion. Get the balance into it. And stop acting like this district and these staff and me don't care about the kids. Really? Really? I'm talking to you. No, I've been disrespected all night. So what I'm asking you to do is ask me what I think about this in committee. Because I've listened to you all night. And that's what I'm respectfully asking. Thank you.
Point of order. I want the record to reflect that Dr. Cash has disrespected me.
I want a record to reflect that the board member has been loud and talking down to everybody all night. So I'm not going to have that disrespect nonsense. It's all up on the video. It's up on the video.
Did I ask you or not if you had talked to Dr. Cash about this?
And we have a vote. Both of your comments are so noted for the record. Thank you.
But did I ask you or not that you mentioned this resolution to Dr. Cash? Okay. Here's the thing. Can I just say this before this? What's the deal? Well, Dr. Cash was allowed to speak. He was allowed to speak. Okay, here's the problem here. Here's the problem here. Okay, before I want to just clear this up, I did call the state to see if we can do it this way. Just so you know, I did. Yes, I did.
No, student support. We are talking about what committee to go to. Okay, so the committee would be student support.
I think it's more finance and operations issue.
Okay.
And I think Dr. Press is asking to clarify the previous one about executive affairs. We'll work that out in the next week. So how do you vote on that motion? Just go with that.
As a point of legal, which he does have the right, what is the question for the attorney?
Attorney Guzman, I have a question about the resolution. Do you see any legal challenges in this resolution?
No. But
Please give Mr. Kuzma the opportunity.
potentially, I usually would suggest I advise, the board, executive session on these issues. Reimbursing parents for transportation is something that is legal. It's usually done you determine the mileage, the shortest distance to and from the school. You mark that against the days that the student has attended. You get a parent commitment to transport that student every day. And
you use the IRS reimbursement rate for the mileage. That way it's fair for everybody, whether you live 2 miles from the schoolhouse or you live 15 miles from the schoolhouse, you can reimburse the same rate for the mileage that you're actually going. $50 a week, is that the same for a person going 2 miles? Is that the same for a person going 10 miles? And how does that balance against what the IRS rate is? I think there is a legitimate question as to whether $50 for everybody, regardless of the distance that you're traveling, is a potential issue. And I don't know who will look into that, whether we're audited at some point. I don't know the amount of manpower, womanpower that would be needed for Jeff and his department to manage a reimbursement system like that. I don't know how many employees he would need to do that, whether he would need a whole new office to do that. Haven't got those types of decisions. So to answer your question, yes, it is legally feasible to reimburse parents for transportation. The way and the manner in which it's presented today, it's a good idea, but it's worth, I think, exploring, getting my feedback. They gave you some, but also getting the feedback from everybody up here who would be responsible for executing it and making sure that the board and everybody else is covered from any potential liability that may arise as a result. And I think it's important for you as a board to hear from the Transportation Department directly in regard to whether it will actually work and the likelihood for success. We have already trimmed the number of routes that we would have had in a normal year by over 200 routes. There are a substantial number of parents that have already opted out. You would need 50 to 100 additional parents at every school to sign up to do this to assist with the issue you're trying to address, which I think, it's still an issue, obviously. But that's what it would take for this to work. And those are based on conversations that I've had with Cheryl Kennedy. I don't have a problem dropping her name because she would come here and say the same exact thing. She said it to you before. So, I think that's the other important question, operational, as to whether something like this would actually work.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzma.
Madam, I just wanted to say this. The issue is those 800 children.
We're voting. We're just voting. That was for legal advice. So please conduct your roll call. How do you vote on the motion to move this to the next available Finance and Ops Committee, Ms. Felton-Cotton?
No, up or down, tonight.
Dr. Evans Brown? Was that a yes? Yes. That is a yes, for those that couldn't hear. I heard. Mr. Hurd.
No.
Ms. J?
Yes.
Ms. McCosey?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods? And Board President Petrucci?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you all for your spirited discussion. 26C, resolution to increase transportation opportunity.
So before I go through this, why don't we just go ahead and vote on it? Everybody's had a chance to read it. If you haven't had a chance to read it, shame on you for not reading it for a minute. Okay. Mr. President, I reserve the right not to read this. I reserve the right not to read this. And the board, it has been given to the board in an ample enough time to have reviewed it. Let's vote it up or down.
I'll read the motion. Are you going to motion, or do you want?
I'm not pulling it. What I'm saying is that it's been public, it's been listed, the board members, it has been given to them, They've already decided what they want to do with it, so let's move to the next level and save some time. Some of us would like to get home before midnight.
Thank you. No.
I'm a point of order is that I'm choosing not to read my resolution. Now, if there's somebody here who wants to read it, then fine. I'm choosing not to read it because I feel that the decisions have already been made. The suggestion is going to be to send it to committee.
So that being said, thank you very much. So we're going to follow the same format that we have with the other two resolutions so that we have consistency with this meeting.
I'll read it.
It's on. There we go.
I'm willing to read the resolution.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay. So, this resolution is to increase metro transportation access for high school students, submitted by Sharon Belton Thomas, Third District, Ward Member, January 17, 2022. Whereas the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to negatively impact the educational experience of our student population. Throughout our nation, school districts struggle to determine how to be effective in defining the best solutions to address this new normal. Our elected leaders, in their wisdom, provide financial support in the ESSER and ARP funds to assist in addressing shortfalls and strongholds that continue to interfere with the education of our students. 20% of the $289 million in federal assistance received by Buffalo Public Schools must be utilized to improve the educational outcomes for the neediest students in the district. Buffalo Public Schools is working diligently to enhance, modify, recognize, and create supports for our students and community by using the AARP and ESSER funds. And whereas more than ever, this period of time requires the need to be more astute to the needs of our students, more transparent, more responsive to keeping our community informed, and to seeking community involvement and engagement. The Buffalo Board of Education acknowledges and welcomes the help of all concerned citizens in order to assist our students to be successful, and whereas this resolution targets the attendance of our high school students who are chronic and severely absent from Buffalo Public Schools. The Buffalo Public Schools District dashboard quantifies ADA status for students in 4 categories: satisfactory, which is green; absent less than 5% at risk; blue; absent over 5 to 10%; chronic, which is orange; and absent over 10 to 20%; and severe, red, absent over 20%. The ADA, that's the average daily attendance, is the average of all daily attendance rates from the first day of school to the last day of student attendance. And whereas the cohort denotes a group of students banded together for a purpose. The 2018 cohort reflects the group of students scheduled to graduate 4 years later, or June 2022. The district dashboard supports that cohort 2018 graduate class of 2022 currently has a 53% chronic and 23.76% severe red ADA rate. Our data indicates that attendance for BPS high school students are at an all-time low and serves as a call for action. Note that the attendance concerns are not unique to Buffalo and exist in the majority of school districts throughout the nation. And whereas the data dashboard high school attendance data supports the need for additional resources and supports. Crimes in Buffalo are at an all-time high, as shared by our students, parents, school administrators, and community members. Many of our students are required to walk in unsafe and hostile neighborhoods and often report that they walk in fear. There are numerous reported cases of
assault, robbery, gang attacks, solicitation by drug dealers, and sex traffickers. In addition, dilapidated and abandoned structures are common and pose additional hazards for students. For the aforementioned reasons and others, such as the weather and frigid temperatures, walking to school for these students creates one more obstacle between them and the classroom, and many choose not to take the risk and do not attend school. Since the district's present 1.5-mile transportation guideline appears to be a barrier and may play a part in students not attending school, the Buffalo Board of Education is required to act, and therefore be it resolved, this resolution targets students attending Buffalo Public Schools who do not presently have NFTA bus passes and live less than 1.5 miles from school. This resolution modifies the present district transportation guidelines to include students living within a radius less than 0.5 miles to 1.5 miles from school. This resolution will remain in effect until such time that the Buffalo Board of Education, by order of formal action, deems necessary to discontinue. Respectfully, the Buffalo Board of Education directs the superintendent to immediately implement and provide temporary NFTA bus passes until permanent bus passes are prepared. High school walkers living 0.5 miles or more from school who qualify as chronic, absent over 10 to 20%, or severe, absent over 20%, and travel on routes determined to be unsafe walking to school will receive a permanent NFTA bus pass.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. Do I have any motion placed on the floor? Which Charmaine, I need a second. Paulette, thank you very much. Terrence, are you a second or do you have a question? Second. Thank you. Do we have a question? Larry, you have a question?
So, Ms. Cotton, contrary to your belief that some of us are only opposing a resolution because of the author of the resolution, and some of the characterizations you were just making about some of us, I support this resolution. I supported it when Mr. President Petrucci submitted a resolution and pulled it, I think, last year or at some point. What I did send on Monday is state legislation. Let me back up. When I hosted with the BPTO community forums on transportation, this came up time and time again. And when we tried to solve it, the pushback was it wasn't, there were limitations with state legislation and compensating districts for it. So it's been an ongoing issue. And what I had respectfully requested is that there be a reference to this state legislation in the resolution, and that we ensure that the resolution aligns with that state legislation, so that this resolution is legally sound, that we can implement it, and it not be challenged in any way, and we can fund it as well. So I support the resolution, and I am requesting, if we're going to move forward on this resolution, that there be an amendment to reference this state legislation, and that we can ensure that this resolution aligns with that state legislation and there isn't contradiction.
Are you proposing a amendment, Mr. Scott?
Yes, I don't have the wording in particular, but referencing it is Senate Bill S1925.
Mr. Kuzma, I see you approaching the podium. Just to write that down. Thank you. Is there a corresponding assembly bill there, or is that just the Senate one? I'm I'm sorry, is there a corresponding assembly bill, or is that just the Senate one?
There is a corresponding bill and was signed by the governor, so it's enacted, it's law.
Thank you. Ms. Gottman, are you willing to accept Mr. Scott's amendment? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Kathy Evans, do you have any questions?
I support.
Hello? All right. No, I also support this resolution, as I did the last one that before the committee. I think that this has always been an issue since I've been on the board. This is my third year. So certainly a need to get little darlings back into school. I definitely support it.
Mr. Hurd, I see you raise your hand.
Thank you, President Tucci. I truly support this resolution. This is something back in 2019 in Albany where I spoke to the chancellor about, and the Big Five in the state education department while we was in Albany to talk about students with hardships that's walking through dangerous neighborhoods, drug-ridden neighborhoods, and gang-filled neighborhoods, walking through 2 or 3 different type of, we call districts, to get to school. And it is a hardship on our children, especially in inclement weather and other adverse things that have happened to them in their lives. And I believe it's section 3602 of the transportation aid that has to be adjusted for this to go through. So just to make sure we get all clarity on that. And thank you, Mrs. Doug Cotton, for presenting this resolution. And I think it's the start to try to mend some of those conflicts that our children are exhibiting trying to get to school.
Ms. McCosey?
So I too, and it would be a surprise as we've had these conversations around how our students are, it's getting dark early, it's dark when people are going to school. We've talked about this multiple times, and I actually was very much in favor of this resolution. It has everything, it has all the research, it has everything that you need, all the details in it that supports what we've been talking about for quite a while, especially with the NFTA negotiations around the different bus passes in the past, being part of conversations. I listened to and talked to parents and caregivers as well, and this has been a huge concern even before I became a board member, that I had my own daughters going back and forth on buses and having to, either walk to school or deal with after-school activities. It encompasses all of that. So I'm in favor of this resolution.
I fully support this resolution.
I do as well.
Sorry, Sharon, I'm kidding, Sharon. No, it does, the only thing I was just going to say is that I do believe that we may need to amend then policy 5710 and 5730. I believe our transportation policy sets separate guidelines for the distance and what we transport. So we'll have to, I believe, amend those at a later point, just to be reflected in the resolution. If this is a barrier that prevents children from going to school, particularly if we can be reimbursed. The only thing that I will address, though, is I know that at some point we're going to have to address if this is an issue for younger children. So we may have to address this going forward. But again, I believe that you have support for this resolution.
Mr. Petrucci, let the record reflect that that's what your resolution was about. And I took that into consideration, and I realized that you had done that paperwork and had submitted it. So there was no reason for me to redo it. I feel that it needs to be brought back up, back to the table, and addressed accordingly. The same issues apply to those children as apply to these children. And so
So that's the reason we're not reinventing what Luke has already done. And it was put on the back burner then, okay? So now it's time to move forward. There's money, plenty enough money in this district to do whatever needs to be done to make sure the children have equal access and equity access to school. There's a difference between equal and equity. We need to make sure that.
There was the legislation at the state level was pending at the time. So at this point, I'd like to, yes, Dr.
Once again, please, just ask me something, please. Colleagues, the concern I have is the immediacy, because there are some issues underlying it. So I would like that to be a little more flexibly stated, so I can look into some of these issues. The other one is, when I see chronic and severe only on here, that's an equity issue for me as well. I would rather, if we can get it reimbursed, and it's not a long-term liability, because you have no cost on this, and it can be quite costly. Why not give this to every child? Because it's a disincentive. Okay, let me misbehave, let me get suspended, let me get chronically absent, and I'll get a bus pass to get to school free. I think you should do this for all the kids. If these issues around the neighborhood are such that they're keeping kids from coming to school, then that affects all the kids. Because some kids do brave coming to these communities every day. They do it. So I would simply try to take off some of these, what I call disincentives, and see if we can work this for all of the kids who live inside that 1.5. Now, I do think it's going to be costly. I do think there's issues about reimbursement and all of that, but we can look into this and see where it can go. But those are my comments, and not to say immediately, because I don't know what could restrict this.
The reason
I do have some questions.
Mr. President, the reason that and it says here, not only are chronic and severe children, but any child that feels it's unsafe to walk, okay, should receive a permit. Bus pass. And they just came over.
I talked to Ms. Cotton, I asked the same question. I would suggest any student, high schooler within 0.5 and 1.5 be offered the opportunity.
And that's
offered the opportunity.
So is someone going to offer this as a friendly amendment?
right, and thank you. And the other part is that I know temporary bus passes are available. The principals can hand them out. So that's the reason for saying that we can move forward with providing a temporary one until we can get the permanent one. Thank you.
So, Ms. Nicosi, do you have an amendment to make?
So if we turn this is where I see the action being done right away to make sense. This is where the action being done right away makes sense to me because it had a very specific where you can get the data from who is severely absent, who is chronically absent, you can pull the data to prove and give those bus passes right away and then work on how we incorporate everyone else because the resolution stated every child can use it. So this is what I was speaking to is we would be able to, in my eyes, immediately be able to disseminate who needs these bus passes based on what the resolution says. So on that note, with the resolution that you put forward, my question is, now that the legislation is in place, can that be put forward too? What would be our action to reintroduce that so it becomes an encompassing thing across the board so that you can look at cost as a whole factor and not have to address it later and really impact this as a whole?
So thank you, Mr. Cozy. I would like to put this a larger population of students, and it could be much more difficult from a variety of different perspectives. But I would like to bring it back for further discussion. Right now, though, I don't want it to be the perfect to the end of the good. Let's work on getting high school students here.
And I think, yeah, with NFTA transportation, not having the issues we have with the Yellow Bus.
Correct.
Certainly it's easier to execute with the NFTA than it would be the Yellow Bus. And I would note for the board, just so you're aware, you've already, for K through 8 students,
you're at 0.7 miles or less. For high schoolers, is 1.5 or less. So you're already well below what the state presently reimburses for K through 8. So your policy is almost spot on what it is now for high schoolers. So we need a friendly amendment. So I believe our amendment was going to read that we're going to extend this to all high school students, correct? And that we were going to change immediately to as soon as possible?
Well, that can be tomorrow, because the principal passed.
But we need time to roll that.
Right, so we need to put a date, and the date that's included is,
As soon as practical. I mean, we'll talk to Cheryl tomorrow and we'll start working with the associates and the principals to offering the program in the past.
Mr. Kuzma, one other thing we check in with Cheryl, I'm being told that kids that have been trying to get to school because the buses have been, the NFTs have been passing them by, they have been, like standing on the corner early in the morning, and the bus driver, like at 5:45, is telling them your bus pass is not ready till 6 o'clock. These kids are trying to get to school so because they're just being passed because of the amount of kids that are on the transit. So I think NFTA needs to be aware that they have bus drivers that have kids in sub-zero weather telling them you're 15 minutes early, who's trying to get to school.
I appreciate that, Ms. Council, but just, so it is the general consensus of the board that we are going to extend this to everyone as soon as practical. Is that the general consensus?
We have a motion to make that amendment?
Somebody, I think, Mr. Petrucci, are you making that motion? I will make that motion. Second.
And colleagues, keep in mind that they do pass our kids. Right now, the buses pass our kids a lot, okay? And so now you're gonna increase passengers trying to get on buses that will be full. And I'm just, it's not good, it's just to make NFTA, when you sit down with them, they alert to the fact that they passed them before. Now there's a lot more that are gonna be getting passes to get on buses, which will surely be full. They surely will be full and get passed. So we just have to make sure we put that in when we're talking to them, okay? It's a lot more kids now.
Can you see if they can
ride these buses?
move it to 5:30 in the morning for the kids that are getting out, trying to get to school to do sports and stuff?
Mr. Hurd, you have a comment?
Yes, Dr. Cash, you have any other suggestions? Any other suggestions? I just wanted to make sure I asked you, okay? Just wanted to make sure that I asked you. I just wanted to make sure that I asked you. Do you have any more suggestions?
I do. Okay, so speak.
All right, so on the amendment, we have a roll call vote, and then we will have a vote on the amended resolution. Okay, on the amendment, to make all eligible, any student 9 through 12, that's between 0.5 and 1.5 miles, be eligible to be offered this NFP pass. How do you vote on that amendment, Ms. Felton-Cobb?
Yes.
Dr. Evans Brown? Yes. Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Ms. Jay? Yes. Ms. Cozy? Yes. Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
And President Petrucci? Yes. Now, on the amended resolution, how do you vote, Ms. Felton-Cobb?
Yes.
Dr. Evans Brown? Yes. Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Ms. Jay? Yes. Ms. Cozy? Yes. Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
President Petrucci?
Yes.
Resolution passes. Thank you all. Some minor applause. So, we have a motion going to executive session. Thank you all. Before we go into executive session, I'm sorry to say that we did have series of bereavements since our last meeting. So if I can all ask you to rise for a moment of silence. Thank you. December 24th, Lizzie Ricks, mother-in-law to Assistant Principal Amber Berry, and substitute teacher to substitute teacher George Blackman, and grandmother to teacher aide Renisha Houston. December 25th, Cynthia Robinson, retired school clerk. December 29th, Jose Lopez Alberti, father of Eva Lopez Casim, bilingual coach, and Marissa Lopez, dual language teacher at school number 64. January 6th, Carolyn Crumper, mother of Debbie Orestes, support math teacher at Liberty Park School number 27, and mother-in-law to Dr. Will Orestes. January 8th, Anna L. Phillips, mother of Lisa Phillips, school clerk at school number 69. January 10th, Kayla Janae Rushing, daughter of Kenyatta Rushing, a teacher at school number 53. On January 16th, Luda Casillas, brother of Lady Casillas Osorio, supervisor in the Office of Parent and Family Engagement. January 16th, Melania Squeaky Liggins, beloved food service worker and cook for food service department. January 17th, Milagros Rivera Santiago, mother of Levi Khan, attendance support teacher at number 9976 in school 48. January 18th, Toki Hill, Buffalo Academy of Visual and Performing Arts class of 1996, daughter of Linda Carl Hill, a teacher at school number 53. January 18th, Robert Flanagan, grandfather of Stacy Johnson, a bilingual psychologist with a special education department. January 19th, Albina Staley, a retired substitute teacher and former secretary to the Buffalo Board of Education. January 19th, Eric Alexander Johnson Jr., son of Eric Johnson Sr., assistant principal at Berger High School, nephew of Denise Wilson Shannon, school clerk at the Academy School number 131. And also this month, Aaron Ronnie Ferguson, son of Wayne Ferguson, community partner at member school number 53, a member of DADS. May we please lower our heads in a moment of silence. Thank you, board members. Please be seated.
Mr. Board President, I may say something before you make a motion.
Yes, Mr. Guzman.
I know we all enjoy each other's company in executive session. Try to make a joke. In any event, what we're going to talk about is the pending settlement we discussed a few weeks ago. We sent it to the board members, I think, in advance of the meeting last week. We made some changes based on our conversation. Do you feel as a board it's necessary to go into executive session to discuss those changes, or are you ready to take a vote? I would leave it to you as to whether you still have open questions. If not, I have a motion for President Petrucci.
So, what is the will of the board? Are you okay with this? Are you okay with the? So, Nate, so you made the suggested changes that we've all asked for.
We have, yes.
If the board's okay taking a roll call vote now, we can.
I'll make a motion for you.
What we discussed.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Nate, I believe it's the one.
What?
The microphone's going here. I believe that we have a motion, or I believe that we have the will of the board is to conduct the vote this evening. That being said, I'm sorry, I have a motion authorizing the settlement of litigation between the Board of Education and Westminster Charter School and Enterprise Charter School, referring to index numbers 806598-2021 and 806600-2021, and further authorizing the Board President to execute these settlement documents.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Jennifer McCoskey. Could I have a roll call vote, Mr. Guzman? Okay, how do you vote, Ms. Dalton-Cotton?
Yes.
Dr. Evans-Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Ms. J?
Yes.
Ms. Makosi? Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
President Petrucci? Yes. Thank you. At this point, may I have a motion to adjourn? Any motions? Second, all in favor? Thank you.